Hey guys, what is up? It is Cherry here coming at you guys with a little bit of a team builder for my week 1 of the LGA. If you didn't notice from the duration and length of this video, this is going to be a draft league movie, meaning that this is going to contain all of my weeks and potential playoff run for the Lake Guardian Association. So between each game will be a little bit of a team builder slash like little going in depth a teeny little bit about the team, how it's supposed to function. Obviously, it will be shorter than what this is. I just wanted to give a little bit of background information as to why the video may seem 3 hours long. So with that, my first opponent of the LGA was TJP, and he is notoriously known for drafting Iron Bundle. Looking at it from a glance, I realized how great Polt looked in the matchup. Things that scared me from his side, obviously Bundle is a threat. I just won a league with Bundle, and just Specs potential is very, very scary. Booster Crown, especially like booster speed or double dance weakness policy, that can win if they get like an agility proc or boost. Another thing that I was really concerned about was actually Don Dozo and trying to find a way to break through that. Como I just thought was too slow to be a threat to my team, and Rillaboom I just thought I soft checked great with Torn and other potential threats. So with that, here is the team that I brought into TJP. All right, this is the team that I brought into MrTJP. Here, like I said a little bit earlier, I realized how amazing Polt looked on the outside glance. So I went with Bandit. And the reason why I went with Bandit is their Ghost Resist kind of didn't really exist. They didn't have a normal type on their team. So I wanted to kind of use the let's get hazards up, let's chip down the team, and then from there we can revenge kill with Polt and use a Polt in game. That was kind of the whole thought process with Polt. I actually had the dedicated lead idea of Terapagos, just so that I can always get rocks up turn 1. I live any hit from anything because of my Terra Shell plus leftovers and protect. I can maybe get 2 procs with that depending on how well I use it, but otherwise the whole point of Terapagos is to get rocks up and then get some chit damage. Torrent was my Rillaboom soft check, not really anything too wild there. Taunt is for Dondozo trying to curse and set up on me. Metagross, who is AV, that was my soft check and my best kind of soft check to bundle, plus potential Iron Crown as well. Quillfish and Metagross kind of work hand in hand with Iron Crown, so that's kind of going 2 for 1 in explaining that. Spikes look really great on the team. The removal is a Cryogonal, and depending on how I play, I don't really think it's going to be entirely that big of an issue. And Terrakion, Bandit Terrakion looked great. I think Terrakion is a great way to chip down the Dondozo. But yeah, that's going to be the little team builder portion at the beginning. Like I said, there's going to be a beginning portion for every game. Obviously, this one is longer than it needs to be because I'm explaining a little bit of how this is going to work. But yeah, that's going to be the week 1 team, and hopefully we can pick up a week 1 dub. Hello, everyone. It is I, Cherry, coming at you guys with a new league. I have never done no Terra a day in my life, and Bruno begged me to join his league. So I'm in it, and yeah, here we are. So it's week 1. It's called the LGA. I had my friend, shout out J Ricky, draft for me. There's no Pheasantipity, which is amazing. That means that Dragapult in game looks really well, looks really good. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm gonna do like movie style for this. I'm kind of just really vibing with this league. I haven't used Dragapult yet or Torrentee. I haven't used Torrentee ever. And if I did, it was Gen 7, but Dragapult I haven't used since Gen 8. Terrakion, I don't think I've used ever. A lot of Mons I haven't tried yet. Quillfish is a favorite. Metagross, I'm at the time of this video, I'm in a finals with it, and so is Terapagos. I'm in a finals with both of those Mons, and I like prepping with them, so it's kind of how we're really looking. But so far, looking at the team, I mean, I think this is pretty manageable. I'm just gonna need to play aggressive around the Dondozo. I think that's the main problem, but everything else looks pretty manageable. Good luck, have fun to my opponent. Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to do a movie kind of vibe for this or how I'm really going to do this. I think I'm going to do a movie. I think that'd be kind of cool. So going over all my games and having them in order and seeing my runs. So, yeah, I mean, if you guys enjoy this, if you guys want movie content, let me know. But we have an Electros lead and versus Terapagos. They have their only removal is Cryogonal, which I'm counting to be their kind of ideal situation when it comes to that. So I think I'm going to, I mean, I kind of want to scout for Thunder Wave, but at the same time, I'm kind of not really in a position to. So I can protect. Worst case, they're Coil, but I mean, I do have my Terra Shell up, and I'm completely okay with revealing my slot being, one of my slots being Protect, considering the Como is in here. So I'm just going to Protect. I think I lose nothing from making this play. I get to see what kind of idea they have for this. They do Acid Spray. Okay, so they're Acid Spray. Okay. I'm going to get my rocks up here. They do click Knockoff. Okay. $393 down to $359. So they're minus attack nature. So I think I mean, for my in-game, I don't really need to chip this down. And I don't think they double knockoff here, but I also kind of really don't threaten this. I can go hard Terrakion. I don't think I lose a lot for making that play because Terrakion can threaten a KO and they don't have a ghost type, it seems. So I think I'm going to go hard Terrakion. And click Volt Switch. Okay. Acid Spray, Knock Off, and Volt Switch. They do go Rillaboom, speaking of the devil. I'm just going to go hard Torn. I think if Iron Bundle or Cryogonal come in, I mean, I have a Metagross for the Cryogonal pivot, and they don't really seem to have a lot that wants to switch into a knockoff. So they're not Scarf, considering I did get my HP first. So I'm just going to go hard Torn. They do Glide. 361 down to 249. It doesn't seem like they're pads. One thing that I am going to try to do more is calc, because I definitely need to make more of an effort to accomplishing that. They are Adamant Band, so I can always U-turn here for free. I always get momentum on the play. I can also knock off on the incoming Cryogonal, but I kind of like just clicking U-turn. Cryogonal comes in. That's great. And they are boots. Actually, I'm going to bring in Terrakion here. I do have some rocks up. So I'm just going to play aggressive with Terrakion. Electros comes in. Oh, this is dead. Oh, this is dead. Oh, or almost dead. And that is a dead eel. Now, if I had to guess, they probably know I'm banded now, so they probably pivot Iron Bundle. I'm looking at this, and I think that it seems... Oh, so they're not boots on bundle. Okay. So they're probably specs or something of that sort. What's my least valuable member? I think it's Terapagos, because I want to keep Metagross healthy for bundle and crown. But if I get rid of Terapagos, then I'm not really breaking through the Dondozo. So I think I am just going to go hard Metagross. And if they do reveal to be Specs Hydro Pump, then they are Specs Hydro Pump. Like, not really much I can do there. They click Ice Beam. Okay, so I make the right play. 258, that's Specs. So I don't really see what they switch into a knockoff. I mean, they can go hard into the Dondozo. And this could be where I try and play aggressive. So I'm actually going to make my first aggressive play of the day. And honestly, yeah, I'm going to make my first aggressive play of the day. And I'm going to go hard into Terapagos. I think Quillfish could be a little risky if they do decide to just Ice Beam again. And if they do reveal to be Spadef, worst case scenario, I can just go into the Quillfish after. So, and the bundle is at around 75%. So Terra Starstorm should be a 2 KO, so I am just going to click it. They do swap again. Dozer's at 88. Cryogonal comes in. They might try and Rapid Spin on me. That's a lot of damage. And I think even in any case, I'm just going to go hard Metagross. If they want to try and recover, I think that loses them momentum. They do Freeze Dry. Okay. That did minuscule damage. So they're at around 45%. I am just gonna take the bullet punch damage while I can. Not let them want to spin. They do reveal to be freeze dry. They bring an Iron Crown. Something tells me this is weakness policy. And if they are agility weakness policy, do I have an out? I do. Because I should live anything. So I'm just going to knock off here. They do Volt Switch. Okay. So that's good. So they do reveal to be Volt Switch. Alright, that's good chip. And their helmet. Okay. Great to get rid of that. That Cryogonal's at around 45, which means I do kind of want to just pivot into the Quillfish here. Because they're Specs and not Scarf, Phantom Force in-game is very, very possible here. They do Crunch. Just going to do nothing. They do lower my defense. Is what it is. I think I'm going to just Crunch. I don't think I lose a lot for making this play. I could also Spike. Or Toxic. They're Crunch. I don't think they're Wrestly Talker in that case. Crunch wouldn't make any sense. Because they need Crunch. They need Wave Crash probably. I'm going to Toxic. Okay. Alright. And I'm going to just Taunt. They do Curse. Okay. I'm going to taunt them here. Nope. I'm not going to give them the light of day. And Body Press. Okay. Okay. And it is at now 30, 35, 40, like 41%. So I'm just going to Spike in this thing's face. Or I can Crunch to cover for like an aggressive Cryogonal pivot. I kind of like that. I don't think I need the spikes up. It'd be nice, but I don't want to give the Cryogonal a free pivot. They do go Iron Crown hard. Okay. I doubt their weakness policy Volt Switch. So this actually is okay for me. That's a lot of damage. And I think I'm just going to claim my kill here. Because I think now everything is in range of Phantom Force. Tachyon. I do live that. I eat that. And then that is going to be a dead Iron Crown. That was probably AV. But they might try and spin. I don't want to give them a free spin, but I think I kind of have to. I could save this as a sack. Dondozo is pretty much like gone. And I do kind of want to save this Quillfish in case they want to try and pull any weird shenanigans. So I am just going to go Metagross. They do Rapid Spin. Dondozo lost its helmet. So I am free to just click Psychic Fangs here. I don't really lose much. And looking on their end, they can just pivot Dondozo on my Bullet Punch and get off another hit. So I think getting off a Psychic Fangs is valuable. They did lose their helmet, so I'm not punished by making this play at all. Yep. And I can click it again. And Dondozo's dead. Alright, next comes in is Rillaboom. Grassy Surge goes up. I am just going to make the play into Torn. I feel like I lose nothing from making that play. Cryogonal is still alive, so they do want to try and like U-turn. I'm still chipping things down for the in-game of Dragapult, so that's a perfectly fine U-turn by me. They're just putting themselves more in range. They do go Bundle. Okay. Okay. So they could try and Hydro Pump. My least valuable member at this point is, I believe, the Quillfish. That way, if they do want to try and Hydro Pump, I can go hard Metagross. And if they do try and Hydro Pump, I could go hard Dragapult. and get off Dragon Darts. And if they want to go hard, hard Ice Beam, I could go into Metagross. So I think Qwilfish is my best sack. They do Hydro Pump. Okay. So I can go hard Dragapult. And I lose nothing from just clicking Dragon Darts. I think the Iron Bundle is at 85%. So it is a roll in my favor to kill with Dragon Darts the next time they come in. But I am just going to claim this now. I could have U-turned, but I feel like it's kind of pointless, considering getting this Cryogonal kill will be huge. Yep. Honestly, even if I do lose Dragapult at this point, I still can win if I chip this down with Terrakion slash Terapagos. Because I can Bullet Punch down, and if I get Rocks up, then it is kind of over. So I'm actually just going to go for my roll and go for my Dragon Darts. They're not Scarfing anyway. Okay, so they are going to live, it seems. Yep, they are going to live. That's okay. Because now I can just go into my Metagross and click Bullet Punch. Now, if they do go Rillaboom, they always lose to the Tornadus. If I get frozen, do I just lose instantly? I think so, yeah. So I have to Bullet Punch. I need to get Rocks up ASAP, which means I probably need to go... That's a lot of damage. That's good damage. The terrain's gone. They might try and U-turn and get greedy. X-Beam should never kill Terrakion. And it's in quick attack range, so I think I always win. So I think if they do want to try and get cheeky with a U-turn, I am just going to Heavy Slam. And I do live. And then that should always be game. Right? Now I can always just go Torn. And I always win. They do Grassy Glide. They do luck themselves into Grassy Glide, which means they are going to hinder themselves. And I am just going to go for the knockoff, just so that I don't miss. But I think me missing, yeah, no. I am going to go for the knockoff. They're locked in the Grassy Glide, so actually a U-turn should always kill. So I am just going to U-turn. Yep. And if the U-turn doesn't kill, then it is what it is. And that, my friends, is going to be GG's to TJP. This was honestly a great start for a win, and I was pretty much a command the entire time, so I'll take that. I think everything on my team got a kill. Metagross got 2 kills. Qwilfish got 1 kill. Torn got 1 kill. Terrakion got 1 kill, and Dragapult got 1 kill. So it was just a Terapagos that didn't get a kill. That's kind of fire. With that being said, that is going to be week 1, and see you guys later on for week 2. So week 1 is a great example of how your win condition and how you establish things in prep may not really necessarily work in the game. In the game, you saw that I actually couldn't chip down the bundle fully to where Polt could necessarily clean up with darts. You flip it up, and once you chip that down, I realized that quick attack Terrakion could clean up. Obviously, Torn won the 1v1 against the Rillaboom, but quick attack from there in that point won me the game. So obviously, adapting on the fly is very, very important in draft. But with that, we're on to week 2. Week 2, we play Spartan. I've helped him in his front office quite a few times. And when I looked at this matchup, I was actually really, really concerned about Meowscarada, really, really concerned about Zapdos, and Heatran was a little bit annoying for my team in the prep aspect. So with that in mind, here is the team that I brought. So I ended up bringing Sub, Thunderwave, Polt, and I ended up going with the Wink edition of Terapagos. I thought Rock Polish Meteor Beam Terapagos was a great way to win this game. As you've seen, they have a Meowscarada, they have potential Scarf Gengar possibility, being able to outpace those things, lure in the potential Zapdos, Spadef Zapdos, or Bulky Zapdos, and being able to get a +1 and then cleaning up from there is a great way, in my opinion, to win this game. Now, the main way that this could get a little bit feisty is if they get hazards up. So playing around potential Quagsire a little bit in Heatran is going to be a little bit challenging. And the main reason why I feel that way is because Terrakion, I think, breaks really well here. But the problem is Terrakion invites in Quagsire, and that is their way of potentially getting rocks up. Depending on what they are, I actually don't 2-hit KO them with close combat. So while they can recover on a turn, they can see that there's more value from getting the rocks up. We brought Bulky Tornadus as well with Taunt, so I can always taunt on their walls, enough speed to outpace Gengar. I didn't find that Scarf. Swampert is there as my soft check to the Zapdos. Not even really a soft check, kind of just being a bulky pivot. I don't really do much back to it, but being able to be that mitigator to bring in Terrakion for free is great. And they didn't really have the best hazard removal, and I thought T-Spikes and Spikes looked great into them. T-Spikes to force in the Gengar and identify what it is and go from there. So that's going to be my week 2 prep. Obviously, like I said, win con is the Terapagos, cleans up really well, need to get chip, and my dedicated lead is Tornadus, so I can potentially taunt anything, any potential lead that there is that can, like a Heatran or a Quagsire, to get rocks up and prevent that from there. So, yep, week 2 prep, and enjoy the game. Hello, everyone. It is I for here with week 2 of the LGA. What is it with people only saying have fun? This is the second time a coach has just said have fun and not good luck, have fun. But anyway, I'm here for week 2 of the LGA. We're playing against Spartan, coach of the, dang it, Meloettas. Gosh, dang it. There's a Rampardos on my screen. There's no Zapdos. Oh, wow. Okay. So, no Heatran. Instead of Heatran, they have Rampardos. And instead of Zapdos, they have Slitherwing. But other than that, they kind of brought everything else I expected. But this will be interesting. I will not lie. No. Zapdos is borderline great for my Swampert, because I can use Swampert in order to deal with that Rampardos. However, my lead is still going to be the same. I still plan on leading Torn. Rampardos does get Trailblaze. That is something I'm going to have to remember. It gets Trailblaze. So, but the whole idea is to prevent rocks from going up turn 1, and this is the lead that prevents that. If they do want to try and lead Meowscarada lead actually looks great into me, but I feel like I'd be a little bit on the fence, especially if I would just want to be Quillfish and get spikes up. But good luck, have fun to my opponent. And they lead Skullcracker, which is Rampardos. This actually scares me a lot, because with things like this, I have no idea what they do. Scarf, they have to be Jolly Scarf in order to outpace me. Does this thing get Rockhead? I'm in a low tier league right now, and I have no idea what this thing does. But in any case, them getting rocks up would be annoying, but that would be pretty passive. So I am just gonna U-turn. They aren't Scarf, and I do a pretty good amount of damage. I think my middle ground here is going into, I don't want to go Swampert on a predicted Trailblaze, but Swampert kind of doesn't really do a lot here, so I'm actually going to do that anyway. And they are going to Rock Slide. Okay. And that did a lot. 403 down to 243. I think that's 160 damage. That's a high roll for Jolly, the highest roll possible, and then it's a mid roll for Adamant. So they could Trailblaze here. They could also swap. feel like if they do Trailblaze, this play covers for it, and I could get up a spike. They could alternatively go hard into like Meowscarada or Quagsire, so I could get a T-Spike up there. I just don't want to get demolished by a Trailblazing Rampardos, and they would outpace me if they have speed, so I am just going to go hard Quillfish here. I don't want to lose my Swampert. I got swept by one in a Showdown League months ago. Like, I don't want to just die to a Trailblaze. That'd be great. Yeah, so there's a Trailblaze. He brings me down to 310. It doesn't do a lot. Crunch has a high chance to 2 a KO, so I might take my KO. Worst case, they do click Earthquake though, so I could also double into Torn. I am playing a bit of mind games because they could also just head smash, so that might not be necessary. I do want to crunch, but I don't want to let rocks up for free, right? That's my biggest concern. I'm going to crunch here and take the chip. They are -1. They do Earthquake here. This shouldn't do too much. They did a lot. And their life, yeah, so they are, okay. So I think I'm going to just get up. Meowscarada is going to be a bit more of a problem now that I'm chipped. But getting rid of this is huge. So I am just going to crunch here. They might let it go. They might go hard Quag. I'm not really in a position to predict that here because they could just kill me, and this is my Meowscarada kind of sort of check. I didn't want to just get Trailblazed and die. I also didn't want to double into Torn on that turn because I don't get a lot. Even though they are Rock Slide, Sheer Force, they could also just be like Head Smash or Head Charge. One of the moves and just kill me. So Rampardos is down at the expense of some HP on Quillfish, but Rampardos is down, which is good. Now they do get a free Quagsire pivot, which is really unfortunate because I think this is where they're going to get their rocks up. But worst case scenario, I mean, Terapagos is still good even without his Terra Shell against things like Gengar anyway, so, and passive things like Quagsire and even Cyclizar, so it's still functional. It's just, you know, it's not as ideal. They go Slitherwing instead. Okay, so I feel like I lose nothing from just going raw Torn. If they Wild Charge and predict me, then they predict me. If they U-turn, then they U-turn. Their U-turn play would probably be Meowscarada anyway, because if they go Quag, I can just taunt them. So they do U-turn. They bring me down to 292. They're not max attack. It's the highest roll possible for bulky, and they need at least at the max 228 attack for it to be the min roll, right? They brought in Cyclizar. I think I'm just gonna, I mean, I don't really need my protective pass. There's no Heatran. There's no Zapdos. So I think I just lose nothing from clicking knockoff here. They knock off me. That's okay. I'm gonna knock off them too. That did a lot. They are AV. Okay. So they were AV. So I definitely feel like my play is to just click Bleakwind. Like, I feel like I lose nothing from doing it. Nice. That's good damage. Lower their speed. Okay. And they Dragon Tail me. That's actually nice. Give me free regen. I mean, I feel like anything that comes in, I'm okay with. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. They might. I mean, what? Like, what are they gonna pivot into? Quagsire? Like, I'm okay with that. I could Draco here, but I feel like I lose a lot. I don't think they raw U-turn. If anything, they maybe Dragon Tail again. And Dragon Tail doesn't work on substitute, so they'd have to land it in order to do anything. I could also Draco and claim my kill, which I don't think is a bad thing. They were Assault Vest, so they don't have any utility. And if I do Draco, they're probably going to go Meow, and I could just go from there. So yeah, I'm just going to Draco here. They do switch out. I feel like I don't lose a lot from making this play. I don't really see what would want to come in. Zenith. That is the Quagsire. Okay. That looks Spadef to me. And they're not leftovers. So that might be a 2 KO. I feel like I lose nothing from just clicking Draco again. Or clicking sub, to be honest. To punish like a passive play. Because you could try and toxic me and be really annoying. So yeah, I'm just gonna sub here. They might get rocks up. It is what it is. Okay, they click recover. Okay. Them getting rocks up, I mean, it is what it is if it happens. But, you know. They have recover. They're not leftovers. They're unaware. They do earthquake me. Okay. They are going to break my sub. Recover earthquake. Maybe they're not rocks. Maybe they're not rocks. But Cyclozar is weakened. I feel like I can just go Torn and click. Yeah, I feel like I can go Torn and just click Taunt. No? I can also Draco again. I mean, I'm playing off their recovers and I'm getting HP every turn. But they could also just EQ me now. And Torn's kind of, I mean, I have regen, so, and they don't have rocks up. So that's pretty expendable, right? They could try and get rocks up here. Actually, no, it's a 3 KO. So I think they would want to try, yeah. Now they don't have a switch into Bleak Wind, like they just don't. So I'm just going to taunt them here. Taunt a potential rocks. Want to prevent that as much as possible. Taunt a recover. Yep, there's their rocks. Perfect. And then I feel like I lose nothing from clicking knockoff. Knocking off whatever item they are, whatever comes in. Cyclozar should be the pivot, but I don't think they stay in after me taunting them. Rocks remain off of the field, which is huge for me. And then we go from there. So they're at maybe around, I want to say 65%. Oop, I did something wrong. Cyclozar comes back in. Where did my notes go? Wait, my notes kind of just disappeared. All right, so I think I lose nothing from clicking Bleak Wind. Yeah, I lose nothing from clicking Bleak Wind, so I'm just going to click it. They do U-turn themselves. Okay. I mean, I want to see what the pivot is into the Bleak Wind because, I mean, Quagstar's at 65. That's a 2 KO, and I can taunt them how to recover. Miascarada is going to take a lot. Gengar is a Slytherin's dead. Oh, okay. That's, you know what? It happens. That's okay. I mean, I don't think, if anything, they don't click rocks, if anything, right? So, and if they do, then that's a dead Quagsire, which is good for my Terrakion. Although Terrakion's banded, so I'm not really getting entirely too much out of that turn. I just don't want to taunt an incoming Cyclozar trying to be cheeky. That's my biggest fear. But if I taunt, are they killing me? No. So, no, I'm just going to taunt. I mean, if they switch again, then they switch again. Like, yeah, like, I mean, you're getting regen with Cyclozar. I need to get spikes and T-spikes up. That's something I need to do. Knockoff, Dragon, Hail. They're probably Rapid Spin. They were EV. I don't really see what offensive pressure they're putting on me, so I'm just going to Bleak Wind again. Like, you're getting regen, yes, but, I mean, 190 down to 115? I think that's what that was. And I miss another. Jesus. Okay. Well, I mean, is losing Torn a problem? No. Because that Quagsire is in range of 2 Dracos. I could go Swampert. Swampert kind of has, I mean, it's good for Gengar, but like it has like no use anymore. And I can get my rocks up. So yeah, I'm just gonna do that. They could U-turn, but I mean, they do Dragon Tail me. Okay, pop my citrus. Good, nice. Oh, my citrus didn't pop. Well, that's annoying. It'll pop on the next switch in. Torn comes back in. That's actually best case scenario. And I'm just gonna Bleak Wind. They do U-turn again, so they are back up at full. I need to get a T-Spike up. I still don't know what their pivot is into this Mon, being completely honest. I mean, I think it had to be Quagsire again, yeah. So I just need to land 2 Bleakwind Storms. I miss again. This is... Yo, Tornadus, you are the best Pokemon to ever exist. Wow. This Mon is so great. I've missed 3 Bleakwind Storms in a row. Wow, this Mon's actually the best thing ever. I can't lie. They Sludge Bomb me, so I have their whole moveset, and they poison me. Wow. This is peak content. Wow, I'm just getting hacks out of my mind. I mean, I lose my Gengar check, but I can check it offensively. I just don't want rocks to go up, so I'm gonna taunt here. I can't let rocks go up. I can't let them recover either. This is also my setup opportunity. So I am gonna U-turn because looking at the team, I don't see where else I'm getting a rock polish off other than on this Mon. I've missed three Bleakwind Storm misses into a first Sludge Bomb poison. Like, this is crazy. All right, Cyclizar comes back in. I mean, what stops me from just clicking close combat now? Or Earthquake. I want to click Stone Edge, but I don't want to miss. Actually, what do I lose from missing, right? Not really much. Quagsire is, I believe, in range of 2 banded Stone Edges. Yes. And if they aren't, then that's my setup opportunity for Terapagos. I can make an offensive play. So yeah, let's go Terrakion here. I need to start putting on offensive pressure. I could be Scarf. They have to scout for that. But I am just going to Stone Edge. They go into Slitherwing. Okay. I missed my Stone Edge. Wow, we just can't land anything today. Do I lose? I mean, considering they went into this thing hard, I'm assuming this thing is defensive, right? So I will die if they CC me. But honestly, me dying is not the worst thing ever. Because, I mean, if I can get this huge chip, like, this is huge chip for me. So Stone Edge comes off. Yeah, they're defensive. Yep, and they CC me. They are going to kill me. And you know what? That's okay. Because this is where I can get my Toxic Spike up. This is also where I can get a sub up too. Yeah, this is where I can get a sub up as well. I kind of don't lose a lot from making this play. Yeah, because I bait in the Cyclizar, I can kill it. My team is pretty chipped down. That is something I'm starting to notice. But Terapagos can win this game for me. I'm going to go into Dragapult here. They might want to pivot hard Meowscarada to, like, prevent a substitute going off. So I think I am just going to Thunder Wave, right? Thunder Wave gives me a lot. If they do want to try and make that hard Meowscarada play on a triple axle, they can do that. That's something I would do if I'm on the back foot like this, because I revealed sub in Draco, so I'm probably not U-turn. If they do go Quagsire, then that's okay. Okay, that's fine. This is my setup opportunity with Terapagos. So I think they recover here. And I think everything is in motion. Because Meowscarada should die. Slitherwing is weakened. They're forced to first impression me. Like, everything is in position in order for this in-game to work. And them recovering actually isn't the worst thing ever. Unless I claim my kill here, but if I claim my kill here, they can Dragon Tail me with Cyclizar. I can still come in on Gengar though. That is something I can still do. So maybe I am kind of jumping the gun. I think I'm just gonna Draco. I land the Draco. The most consistent move I've landed all day. Wow, and Quagsire is dead. All right, that's huge. No rocks up. I think that was my better play instead of going hard Slitherwing, not hard Slitherwing, hard Terapagos there. Because even though I saw their home moveset, they could Sludge Bomb poison me, yada, yada, yada. So I think my play there was to always click Draco. In that instance, I mean, I could have subbed that turn, but if they went Heart Meowscarada on a potential substitute there, then I would have been on the back foot. So I think T-Waving there was actually, I like the T-Wave play, especially because now they might be a little bit afraid of me just clicking raw T-Wave on them. So, and judging from this, depending on what they go to will kind of determine what's going on. Like, if they go Gengar, they're definitely Scarf. But if they decide to go into Meowscarada, they could be trying to be a Sucker Punch, right? And forcing me out. So, Dragapult claiming another kill. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Slitherwing gaining a kill on me because I missed the first Stone Edge. Gengar comes in. That thing is probably Scarf. But I feel like they lose so much from clicking Shadow Ball here. And actually, do I live a Shadow Ball from Scarf? I do live a Shadow Ball from Scarf. So I feel like them clicking Shadow Ball loses them so much here. So I actually think I'm going to... I mean, I live a Sludge Wave. I'm going to sub. Them clicking Shadow Ball here actually loses them a lot. Because I can go into the Quillfish. I can go into... They are Scarf. Huge. Okay. Sludge Wave, it brings me down to 276. So it did 22%. Yeah, so they are timid. And now that I know that they're Scarf, they're locked in, right? So I can click Thunder Wave here for literal free. I lose completely nothing. But I now know for sure that they're Scarf. They do go hard into the Cyclizar. I do get the Thunder Wave off, which is huge. And that's one less thing standing in the way of my Terapagos in game. Rocks aren't up, so Terapagos can really do something here. I think they're going to try and knock me off. So I definitely want to utilize my... I want to get rocks up too. I want to get rocks up really bad. I'm going to Draco here. I think I lose nothing. I'm landing my Dracos. Thank you, Dragapult. Huge damage. They knock me off. They are going to break my sub. That's okay. Gengar is timid. Scarf. So I'm actually just going to Draco one more time. Claim my potential KO. Even though I'm -4, I don't think anything was to really come in. I miss. I mean, that was to be expected, being honest. They knock off again. Okay. I'm down to 58. Curse Body. Curse Body, their knockoff. That's nice. Okay. I'm just going to Draco one more time. I feel like I don't lose a lot from making this play. They might want to preserve this, but I can also T-Wave everything else that they have. So, and Gengar revealing to be Scarf, I think Meowscarada isn't. So, they do swap. They probably are going to go Slitherwing. And I do land another Draco. Doesn't do a lot. I mean, honestly, I'm just going to Thunderwave here, right? I feel like I don't lose a lot from making that play. And paralyzing you, too. And you're paralyzed. Perfect. I mean, I'm -6, so I doubt like a -6 Hex is killing a bulky Slitherwing. Yeah, it's not. They're not EV. That's for certain. Yeah, I do 10%. Like, I do no damage. So I'm just going to swap. I mean, I feel like if anything, they would want to just U-turn. I think going into Swampert is fine. Because if Meowscarada comes in, then I mean, you know. I could also go Torn. I think I lose nothing from a Torn pivot. Yeah, I lose nothing from a Torn pivot. Let's go Torn. Because worst case, I can get my regen off. And rocks aren't up, so I can pivot out. Despite missing 3 Bleakwind Storms in a row, I'm still in a really good spot. They Morning Sun, which I feel like loses them a lot of momentum. I feel like my play here is to always Bleakwind. Come on, Torn. Come on, Torn. Come on, Tornadus. Okay. Cyclizar. Okay. 2 Bleakwinds do it. I missed again. Wow. This move sucks. Wait. This move is actually garbage. Holy heck, this move is garbage. I feel like I get more value from just clicking U-turn. Like, oh my god, that move sucks. Oh my god, that move sucks. Holy heck. I've missed 4 Bleakwind Storms. This is, like, I'm glad I'm recording this. Like, y'all see this? I'm missing 4 Bleakwind Storms. Sorry, I'm texting J Ricky right now because I literally cannot believe this. Like, this is crazy. Like, what? 4 out of 6? That's 2/3. And it's 80 accuracy. Okay, let's stay focused. I feel like if anything, they click U-turn here. So I'm gonna go hard. I mean, I could go Pert and get my Citrus Berry procced, but I feel like if they U-turn, I lose a lot, right? If they knock off, they do kill Polt. And I think Polt dying is actually not the worst. I just want to get momentum. So I'm just going to go Polt. I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to go Polt. If they do want to knock off, I mean, I have no items, so I think it's worthless. Yeah, they do U-turn, like I think. Okay, good. This is making me mad. Like, come on. Come on, man. 4 Bleakwind Storm misses. Like, come on. Okay, they go into the Gengar. I mean, I'm going to be honest. They can click anything here and be perfectly fine. I think losing Polt is actually not the worst. Oh, they are U-turn on Slitherwing. So I feel like using Polt could be a way to determine if their first impression on the Slitherwing. And also, like, Slitherwing is also another setup opportunity with Terapagos. So I can use this in order to see what thing they're locking into. But also, like, if they do Sludge Bomb, like, I feel like Shadow Ball loses them momentum, right? So I could just go Swampert. This thing is kind of, like, useless right now. And rocks aren't up. So, yeah, you know what? I am going to save this thing. I'm going to save it. Save it, go hard Pert. Proc my Citrus Berry. And try and get my rocks up. Lord knows I've been trying. They use Sludge Wave. And it does nothing. Okay. I don't lose much from clicking Flip Turn or Earthquake. I'm gonna get my rocks up here. I'm gonna get my rocks up. And then when they go into Cyclizar, I'm gonna go hard Polt and sack there. And then that's how I can get my Terapagos in. They go into the Slitherwing. Oh, okay. I am just going to click knockoff. I mean, I don't really know what item you are. I don't know if you're boots. I don't know what it is. I don't need this mon anymore, so I'm just going to knock. I don't want to fast flip turn here. That's the main thing. I don't want to fast flip, so they can recover if they want. They are boots. Okay, knock those off. That's good. They get paralyzed. I think now clicking flip turn is okay, only because they could try and Morning Sun. I feel like this game is so much longer than it needs to be, only because I've missed 4 Bleakwind Storms. I still can't believe it. I've missed 4 out of 6. 4 out of 6 Bleakwind Storms. Like, what? What are those odds? The accuracy's 80. This is why people run Hurricane. Like, at that point, I should just run Hurricane. Like, at least I would have got more damage, right? I'm going to go Torn. Get more regen. I don't lose a lot from doing that. And they get double parried. I mean, I genuinely, I don't think, I really don't see how that plays too much of a part. I'm going to attempt to click Bleakwind Storm a 7th time. Let's do it. All right. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, Tornadus. Come on, Tornadus. Come on, Tornadus. Okay, we landed. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can U-turn and just kill this thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. Actually, is it better to just knock off in this situation? Because what would I want to position into? I can go Swampert, I guess? And just sack. Yeah, I like that. I like that play. Let's U-turn. Let's U-turn. Freaking, oh my god. 4 out of 7 Bleakwind Storms landed. Let's go, everyone. We've landed Bleakwind Storm. Yippee-ki-yay. Oh my god, finally. Finally. I genuinely think that the hacks that I've, quote-unquote hacks I've gotten on their side is uncomparable. Like, it's incomparable. Like, you cannot compare that. I'm sorry. Like, I think they got double parried on Slitherwing. I genuinely don't think that mattered. Like, I had a plan for if they wanted to U-turn. But missing 4 Bleakwind Storms is freaking crazy. I can't lie. They could be first impression. I really want to get up my T-Spike, like, now. Or Spike, like, now. Force in that Gengar to click a move. That would be great. Or I can go Dragapult. Or I can go Terapagos, low-key, beta first impression. Or I can just go into this and go pivot back into the Johnny John, because I can just knock off later on. Yeah, let's just do that instead. I thought they would just sack it. I'm confused as to why it was saved. It could be first impression. First impression actually wouldn't make sense to me, because you would have nothing to hit my Tornadus, right? But it would also make sense in the sense of you want to break my Terra Shell. Has Dragapult done its job? Yeah, Dragapult's done its job. I'm going to sack here. If they're first impression, they're first impression. I'm clicking Hex. They switched. Are you going back into the Cyclozar? Okay. All right. I mean, I feel like we're in a loop. Like, I feel like I can freely Draco here. Like, you can't spin. This is the exact situation in which I wanted. Like, I land my Draco. Let's freaking go. Cyclozar is dead. They have no spinner. That means I can get up my hazards. Find a freaking lead. Dragapult, you're doing your thing, boo-boo. You're doing your thing. You're doing your thing. That's the Gengar. Okay, I get to see what move Gengar locks into. This is perfect. This is literally perfect. I think this is my time to sack. I feel like there's no reason for me to not sack. If they do click Shadow Ball, that is a free Terapagos. Oh, wow. Yes. GG. Let's freaking go. This is exactly what I wanted. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, and I got the... I don't think the Curse Body mattered. I'm going to be honest. My play was to always go into my Terapagos anyway. I know your Scarf. This is the freest Terapagos pivot ever. And Chris Body doesn't really play a part. You can't click the move. I can Rock Polish here for a literal free. And then we're in it to win it. So let's do it. That actually works out for him because he can struggle to break my Terra Shell. Wow. So that actually works better for him. Nice. I'm going to Meteor Beam here. I'll pay Scarf. They do switch. I mean, it's looking like Terapagos just claims 3 kills. Does Bandit's Sucker Punch kill me? I don't think so. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think so. Sucker Punch. Choice banned. No. Oh wait. Yeah, no. Even crit. Crit Sucker Punch does not kill me. I do outpace Scarf Gengar. So I can Earth Power here. And that is going to be GG. Getting Curse Bodied on that is fine. I was never going to click it again. And that is going to be G freaking G's. Tornadus, you have no eyes. You are blind as a bat. You are not that guy. And you really pissed me off. Like, you really pissed me off. Terra Starstorm, you were Boots. And that, my friends, is GG to Spartan. And that is going to be week 2. Torn, you have no eyes. That actually low-key me. I was trying so hard not to tilt. I'm like, yo, why are we missing? It's Bleakwind. Like, I'm running Hurricane from here on out. I'm not running Bleakwind Storm ever again. That's a dumb move. Dumb move. You get 10 less power for 10 less accuracy. You're already not landing anyway. Might as well just Hurricane. Like, no. So, but GG's to Spartan. That was a great game despite all the RNG on both sides, technically. But, you know, despite all the RNG, it was great. And yeah, that's going to be week 2. Hope you guys are still tuning in. This is kind of sort of a little movie thing. This is what I'm planning on to be. So technically, I think this should be after my week 1 against TJP. But tune in for week 3. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. All right, see ya in a Kia. That was not good at all whatsoever. I want to kill myself. So as I'll probably explain in the battle, I ended up getting a forfeit win against my week 3 opponent due to scheduling issues. But here we are with week 4. Week 4, honestly, I wasn't really scared of a lot. I just thought Porygon 2 would be extremely annoying. But otherwise, I kind of look at this team and I kind of wonder like what I should be scared of. Maybe like Belly Drum Azu. Maybe I thought Rotom was a little bit annoying, but not really scared of a lot of what they have. Just thought that a lot of what they have is really annoying to my team. So here is my team. I have WinCon Terapagos once again. I think if I can get a Rock Polish and a Meteor Beam up, depending on what's there, I might not even need a Rock Polish. But once I get a Meteor Beam and a +1, I think Terra Starstorm does a great job in cleaning. Flamethrower is for that Decidueye and that Treads. I thought lead Torn looked great. Leads well into a lot of what they have. Can taunt the potential rockers. Kind of same game plan like I had last week against Spartan. If they do lead Rotom, I am Wakan, so I can always knock off of Boots there, not really give them a lot of momentum, which is the whole reason why that's there. Spell Tag Pult, I was kind of toying around Pult sets. I didn't really know what to necessarily do. I thought a lot could potentially come, but I ended up deciding on Spell Tag. I've been kind of toying with the fact of like Willow Hex, but I think Spell Tag and Shadow Ball alone is very spammable outside of P2, but every time P2 comes in, I can use Swampert as my bulky pivot to bring in Terrakion for free and threaten a KO. Speaking of Terrakion, they don't have a lot for Terrakion. Between Stone Edge, Close Combat, and Zen Headbutt, they don't really have a lot that can deal with stabs plus coverage. And then Quillfish is kind of my Latios soft check and pivot that in. I can take Dracos, and every time I can get a spike up. Taunt is for maybe I want to be greedy on an aggro Treads and taunt rocks, because the whole game plan with Terapagos is to not let hazards go up in any means fit. And yeah, that's going to be the team, and hope you guys enjoy week 4 against Frobe. Hello everyone, it is I, CMC Cherry here, coming at you guys with week 4. Yeah, 3, 4, 4. Week 4 of the LGA. Week 3, we got an FFW from my opponent from scheduling issues, but that doesn't mean that we can't keep trying and keep pushing on. Though all those 6 are the 6 that I expected. No P2, which is actually amazing for Dragapult, actually. I did expect P2 over something like Decidueye for sure. But other than that, I expected everything here. I'm actually going to take this time to write down the team. It's funny because in the same week that I'm playing this, which all of this is going to be uploaded probably the week of potential ICP finals, if I'm in it or not. I don't know if I'm like trying to be optimistic. It's low tier, so like I have no expectations for myself with that. So, but the funny thing is I'm fighting Amanda Buzz at this current week that I'm playing this game. There's no Rotom Heat. Oh, I just realized that too. Okay. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Cool. I'm just gonna lead my Torn. That was my dedicated lead idea the entire time. No Rotom. No Rotom Heat. Wow. Okay. I didn't realize that either. Anyway, as I was saying, this week I actually fight Leo. And Leo, coach of the Carolina Hacksters, they have a Mana Buzz. Also, my capture card's being a little bit weird. I can fix that really quickly. All right, so they do lead Latios into my Tornadus. I did not really go through the calcs prior to this game, but I should live a Soldew. I should live a Soldew Draco. I actually can live a Specs Draco most of the time. It's a 25% chance to kill me, so I'm actually gonna go for a knockoff here. They could also be agility weakness policy. Do I insta lose if that's the case? No, because I have a Quillfish. So I'm gonna click knockoff actually. They do click Draco. It does 88 to 10. Okay, it's a 104. So it brought me down to 109. I'm gonna be able to see what their item was. It was Choice Scarf. Okay. So were they modest or timid? I'm about to see that right now. That is the highest roll possible for timid. And that is a min to low roll for modest. So I'm going to say that it's modest just for the sake that it did that much. I'm actually going to U-turn here. Do I U-turn or do I knock off? I mean, I think they bring in Mandibuzz. And on Mandibuzz, I can bring in my Terrakion and click Stone Edge. So I'm actually, yeah, I think I'm just going to U-turn here. They are -2 special attack, so I don't think I lose a lot from making this play. They were Choice Scarf, so they don't have it anymore. Iron Treads actually comes in instead. So I'm actually going to pivot directly into my Swampert and get my potential rocks up. Or actually, I think I'm going to go for a flip turn. They could maybe be... maybe I could have went Terrakion instead, but they could be Chople. So I don't really want to risk something like that immediately. I think, honestly, I mean, the Mandibuzz could be knockoff. If I lose my leftovers, is that the worst thing in the world? It's really annoying. And if I do flip turn... Okay, so their options, right? Their options are they pivot into Mandibuzz. They stay in and get their rocks up. They switch into Decidueye. And they may be going to Latios, right? So a middle ground. So the best optimal play for me... Flip turn covers literally all of those options. If they stay in and get their rocks up, I'm still getting off a solid 30%, 40%, depending on what they are. And flip turn also covers all of their switch-ins if they do decide to switch out. So I am just going to flip turn. Deku, that seems to be Decidueye. It is Decidueye. Okay. And now I can go into my... What gives me the best option? Looking at their team, I believe it's Tornadus. Tornadus, I can click Bleakwind. I could also just click U-turn. Because I mean, I don't really lose a lot. If I do U-turn and they stay in, they're Latios with Choice Scarf. They're not Specs, meaning that I can lose my Eviolite and it won't be the worst thing in the world. If they stay in, right? Because their options are they stay in predicting me to go for a U-turn, which I think is really bold of them to do. Or they pivot into Iron Treads again, which is very possible. So I can maybe knock off, because if Mandibuzz comes in, I don't really care if they knock me off. Right? Because my Wakanberry is useless. So I'm actually going to knock off here. I'm going to opt to click knock off instead of U-turn. If they decide to go into the Mandibuzz, I don't really mind if they knock off my item. Okay, so they stay in, probably predicting me to click U-turn. They were Assault Vest. Okay, so that explains why they went to stay in. They knock me off now, and they see that I was Wakanberry. Okay. So I'm actually going to opt to... They don't have an item, and they were Assault Vest, meaning that they were probably decently bulky, all things considered. Probably max HP. Knockoff does around 30%. I don't really want to lose this mon if I don't have to, because Torn is really, really nice here. Nice for the Ogie Dogie. My switch into this is pretty limited. They could double knockoff. That gives them value if I want to pivot into Overquill. At the same time, they could also Shadow Sneak and try and gain chip damage on me. So you know what? I am going to U-turn here. I'm going to opt to click U-turn. They do Shadow Sneak and try and get chip. I should always live this hit. I do. I do get off the U-turn. I crit them. I don't really think that matters in the biggest grand scheme. And then now I can pivot into my Quillfish. And now I am in a bit of a weird predicament. Actually, not really. I'm going to go back into my Tornadus. And the reason why I'm doing this is because they decide to stay in, right? If they wanted to maybe switch out and save it, this may seem a bit counterproductive, but I don't want to let the treads in for free. That is my biggest thing, right? Because they could be, I don't know their set. They could be rock spin. Okay, so they do sneak again. I should always live the next one. And I can get off another U-turn and pivot into my... I want to say pivot into my Swampert. There isn't really a downside other than maybe the Azumarill. I can also pivot into my Terapagos. That is also another option too. Or I can just go into my Dragapult, because I am threatening a lot with that. But I am giving the Mandibuzz a free switch in. If I go Terrakion, they probably go into Lottie, which if they're flip turn, they gain momentum off that play. So I think I should always probably click knockoff, because at worst case scenario, they bring in Azu, and if they're Agua Jet, then they're Agua Jet. So I am just going to opt to click knockoff here. I know I'm thinking like about a lot, but I'm trying to think ahead, right? If I did U-turn here, a lot of what I would bring in, also Decidueye's dead, which is great. A lot of what I would bring in invites in Azu, right? So if they decide to go into the Azumarill here, I would like to think that they are Agua Jet. They pivot into treads. Okay. So they could be rocks. I honestly think I let this thing go. I have a lot for Ogie Dogie. Or not a lot, but I have a few things for Ogie Dogie. And I don't want them to get rocks up. That's my biggest thing. So I'm actually going to taunt here. I'm going to aggressive taunt. I'm going to let Torn go. I don't entirely need it anymore. It's nice to have, but I just don't want to let rocks go up if they are rocks. They're Ice Spinner. Okay, so I would like to assume that they're not rocks. But gaining that information is really helpful. So now I can go into my Swampert. And I can just click flip turn of my own. and start applying a lot of pressure. Or I can also knock off, because I don't really lose much. And if they are like Assault Vest, they'll probably spin on this, and they won't want to spin in front of me. So getting rocks up would help. So I think clicking knockoff might be in my best interest. I would also slow pivot, meaning that I can get the free into something else. And nothing I really have immediately threatens the Mana Buzz outside of Terrakion. So I am going to click knockoff, actually. And probably knock off a Mana Buzz Boots, because I think that is really the only pivot they have into me. Yeah. They're weak armor. Okay. Should I be concerned? They were boots. Okay. I don't think so. I'm just gonna flip turn and go into my Terrakion. They're toxic. Okay, so they're bulky. They're bulky weak armor. Okay. So here's what I have in mind, right? They're toxic. Could they maybe be Bone Rush? Can they fit Bone Rush on this set? I don't think so, because they would lose the 1v1 to Tornadus. I mean, what do I lose? I want to say that Treads is AV. Or it's something like, I don't think it could fit rocks. So I think I'm pretty safe on the rocks whole big thing, right? So is there a reason? The Okidogi is too healthy. I need to beat that thing in. I could go Terrakion here. If they are Bone Rush, which I think they get, it shouldn't do that much. Because, I mean, it is base 65 attack. Excuse me. Yeah, Bone Rush isn't doing a lot. I'm just going to go into my Terrakion. And I actually have a free... I could click Zen Headbutt on an aggressive. I don't think they sacrifice this thing. If I get this wrong, I don't really lose a lot. Because Brave Bird is doing 30% to me. So I really don't lose a lot from this prediction. It is the risk is they stay in, right? But they are -2 defense, and I mean, even if they are +4, if I'm Scarf Terrakia, I actually don't outspeed if they're like no speed +4. But I think I'm in a position where I can make this play. My middle ground play is clicking, unironically clicking Stone Edge. But I kind of really want to catch the Okidogi coming in. So I am going to Zen Headbutt here. I want to see if I can catch that thing coming in. They do foul play me. Okay. Okay. It was worth it. They give me an attack boost. Okay. I mean... Alright, I guess. I'm just going to close combat then. They're going to foul play me again. And I'm sitting at +2. They're sitting at -2. And I get to kill this Mana Buzz. So a prediction that didn't really go my way, unfortunately. But I think I was in a position where, I mean, if I got it wrong, then it wasn't entirely the worst thing ever. Also, them not going into Azumarill on the Tornadus leads me to maybe believe that they could possibly be Belly Drum. They go into Latios, not the Azumarill. Quick attack at +2. This is in range. So I am actually just going to quick attack here. Yep. And that is a dead Lottie. So something is telling me, I mean, they could be Belly Drum with like Trailblaze. I don't know what they are. But I am kind of sitting... I'm sitting pretty. Terrakion's getting kills. They do go into the Azumarill finally. If I do let this go, Swampert is great for Okidogi and Treads, both of Mons in which... Ugh, both mods that are left if I get rid of this Azumarill. So I'm actually going to just click. I think it's in my best interest to go for the Stone Edge, because I do outpace this thing if they want to try and belly drum and be aggressive. I could also close combat. Close combat's doing 75 to 88 to this thing. I'm not risking a miss, and I'm still doing substantial damage. So I'm actually going to CC. If they want to Aqua Jet me, they do Aqua Jet me. Okay. I mean, honestly, knowing that they have it is great. I could have quick attacked there and then on the belly drum, like yada yada, but I don't really think not clicking. If not clicking quick attack costs me, then I mean it is what it is. But I have a Quillfish that is now pointless, and I want to say they're not rocks on treads. So I can bring this Mon in, and honestly, I can click Barbarage. I do kind of scare this thing out. They could play rough, and I don't really have the best switch in. So, I mean, I don't think I lose much from clicking Barbarage because I can chip down the treads. I can also taunt on a middle ground if they are some sort of belly drum set. How much speed would they need to outpace no speed Quillfish? They would need to be jolly. I'm going to taunt. I'll taunt here. If they do want to pivot into maybe treads or Ogie Dogie, and they are like set up, they do pivot into Ogie Dogie. Honestly, I'm just going to click spikes. I'm going to click late game spikes. I do outpace this Ogie Dogie, which is actually great to know. That means that they don't have speed. They do click knockoff. It did 299. They're just bulk. They're just bulky. That's actually really good to know. I'm just going to spike. I'm just going to spikes in this thing's face. Like, honestly, I don't really need this Mon anymore. Being completely real. If they want to Drain Punch, they can. Okay, they brought me down to 164. I mean, they are gaining health. But, I mean, I really don't care all that much. I'm just going to taunt here. They're probably set up in that case, right? So I don't want to let them set up if they are. They could be AV, but I don't really know yet. They are. So they are bulk up. Okay, yeah. So I had a feeling something was going on with that. Knock off, bulk up. I'm just going to spike one more time. If they switch out into their treads to maybe try and spin, I'm going to actually make an aggressive pivot into pull. I don't really think I lose too much from making that play. If they knock me off, then they knock me off. They can't outpace me. Unless they are Choice Scarf, which if they are, then I can go for my Terapagos in game. So I'm just going to go hard pull on the aggressive. I don't want them to spin. I do have some defense investment in case it matters, but they do try and spin. Okay, good. And then now, I'm just going to click Shadow Ball. This thing is at 75%. Yeah, that looks to be AV. Yeah, that's AV. Okay, so they're not rocks. That's really good to know, actually. Do I have anything that outpaces this once I die? No. I'm just going to Shadow Ball again. They're going to always get their spin off. Oh, wait. Never mind. I got a high roll. Nice. I almost got low rolled. Awesome. Treads is gone. They have no way in spinning. They're definitely like Spadef Ogie Dogie in that case, which actually is a little bit annoying. This actually ends up really well because I actually want them to kill me. I'm going to safely assume that Thunderbolt does more. It does. Yeah. Let's Thunderbolt here. Yeah, that thing seems to be like AV of some sort. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and now Now I can go into... It seems like because there's no speed on the Okidogi, I don't even need to click Rock Polish. So I actually think I can go into... I don't want to give them a free bulk up turn. That's like my biggest thing. So I'm actually going to go into Quillfish. And I'm going to go for Bar Barrage and claim a potential kill, if they let me do so. Then after that, I'm going to taunt the Okidogi coming in. And once I do that, I'm probably going to pivot into my Terapagos. I am Earth Power on my... They're definitely Spadef Okidogi, judging by their set A and B, like how they're playing it. So this also, if they're Black Sludge, which would make sense, they freeze me. Okay. Here's how I navigate the situation. They're Black Sludge. Okay. Here's how I navigate this. I go into Swampert always, because they can maybe try and Ice Punch again so that they don't kill me, and then they stall out their, what's it called? They stall out the taunt turns so that they can bulk up. Yes, knockoff, yep. So that they can't kill me. And then now I can actually click Flip Turn, and I should under speed it. They're still taunted. They are going to Drain Punch here. And now, how much does a fully Spadef Okidogi take from a Terra Starstorm? If they're like Spadef, Black Sludge. And they are at around what is that? 90%? Yeah, I'm gonna say 90%. So I actually don't to a KO. So I'm gonna have to Meteor Beam here. So that I can gain my special attack boost. And I do about 20%. Did a lot. Drain Punch should do virtually nothing. And actually, I'm at 289 now. I actually live another Drain Punch. They get the Toxic Chain, that's fine. I still live another Drain Punch after that. They only recover 28%. So the Earth Power from 269. I actually live into a Poison turn. So I can Terra Starstorm here. I do 57 to 68. Huge damage. Yep. Puts me down to 69. They did 200 on the dot, even. Yep, they got a mineral. And then that means I live the Poison. And then from there, I can Terra Starstorm again, and that is going to be a 3-0 victory. Definitely good game to them. I think, honestly, if they were Pyapa, I mean, I made one play that was like a risk-reward play, and I got it wrong. I don't think me getting it wrong... I think me getting it wrong made it a little bit harder because my Terrakion could have been healthier. But I don't know. I think I played the game well. I don't think I made a lot of misplays. I think I played around the freeze really well. I identified a way where they can maybe potentially win going off of that, and I capitalized. But yeah, all in all, I think it was a pretty clean game. Another 3-0 win. I'm so obsessed with getting 3-0 wins. It's ridiculous. But anyway, that is going to be it for me. Hope you guys enjoyed this game, and see you guys in a bit for week 5. Deuces. Week 5 against Rio. Obviously, I'm on a hot streak. I'm currently 4-0 technically. Now I'm looking for 2 more wins, 1 more win even, to secure my spot, and that way I can start B-teaming and having a little bit of fun in prep. But the problem is I play against Gouging Fire Tinglu, Rotom Wash, and they have a really good defensive core with Tinglu, Petra, and Hatterene potential. I was actually really scared of Abomasnow. I thought Abomasnow actually, like, dual stabs kind of just demolished my team, but otherwise my opponent was supposed to be Bruno, but Bruno dropped. Bruno, you are a scaredy cat. But anyway, Bruno had to drop, so I played against someone I never played before, Rio. I'm really concerned about Gouging Fire. If Gouging Fire is like DD, it can really like clean up, especially if they're like DD Outrage and they don't respect Whimsicott. But with that being said, here's my team. I have sub Willow Hex Polt, which actually looks great into a lot of what they have. I think Polt is that bait for Tinglu, and if I can bait in that Tinglu and burn it and chip it, it's going to be great for my win condition being Terapagos. Something that I have realized, and I've used Terapagos in a league prior, and I've won the league, but something that I'm starting to realize is Terapagos is actually a great win condition, a very great copy and paste win condition for weeks. Meteor Beam is really strong, and if you are able to mitigate those hazards going up, then I think it is a great way to clean up and win games. But with that being said, I have win condition Terapagos. Once I get a Rock Polish up and a Meteor Beam, I kind of just win. Tornadus, the whole idea, my dedicated lead again, just to taunt Tinglu lead, taunt any ways of them getting hazards up. I want to prevent that as much as possible. And then obviously I have Swampert. That is my soft check, borderline hard check to Gouging Fire. I live a +1 Outrage. And then with my Citrus, I can maybe live another one depending on its investment. Quillfish, which is supposed to be my Petra answer. Every time Petra comes in, I can maybe get a spike up. Or if they have Hatterene, I can middle ground crunch. And then Terrakion looked great into the matchup. It kind of just spammed its dual stabs. Earthquake is great for Petra. Petra is going to be a little bit annoying because of how physically bulky it is. But depending on how I play, I can maybe bring in Polt aggressively and go from there. So yep, that's going to be the team, and hope you guys enjoy week 5 against Rio. Hey guys, it's me, week 5, LGA. I was supposed to play Bruno, but Bruno was trying to dodge me because I'm so good at the game. Why is there a Frogadier on my screen? I'm gonna go loose. Okay. Week 5 of the LGA. I was supposed to play Bruno, but, you know, Bruno dodged me because he was like, ooh, no, he's so good. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh, no, not this again. Anyways, Bruno dodged me because he's like, oh, Cherry, you're so good, and, like, I don't want to play you, and yada, yada. I'm joking. He didn't actually say that. But, like, you know, so he dodged me. And he dropped, unfortunately, and I'm really upset about it and really sad. Also, wait, did my stream just die? Hold on. I'm streaming in my front office. You guys won't know this because this is a movie and you're going to see all the games at one time. So, yeah, it's like nothing happened and, you know, everything is the same. Anyway, I don't even know if I'm going to leave this in or this is going to get cut out. Why am I speaking so much? I don't know. This is just what I do when I don't know what to do. Anyway, my lead is Tornadus. Same thing as last week or 2 weeks ago. I don't even know. I've kind of lost track. I can't let them get hazards up. So let's lead our Tauntmon. I do have Taunt, right? Something I do regret. I wish I put Taunt on Quillfish. I was kind of pressed for moves, low-key. I didn't write down their team. Oh my god, I'm literally so all over the place. Okay, I just know they have a Frogadier and a Fortress. And they have Tinglu. And they have a Hatterene. I remember that. That's all I remember. Oh god. Why is there a Frogadier on my screen? Alright. I'm clicking taunt. Like this is the fastest taunt in my life. Oh, you have a Gouging Fire. And you have a Petra Run. I'm clicking taunt. Like, yeah, I'm clicking taunt. Are you Mental Herb? Would you be Mental Herb Frogadier? Is Frogadier frail? Is this thing Scarf? Okay, Choice Scarf Frogadier. Okay, that is a Choice Scarf Frogadier. All right, so they're probably not spikes. That's great to know, I guess. That's their Scarfer. That's okay. That's gonna be interesting. All right, and they have U-turn. I do not know how to navigate this. I'm gonna be 100% honest. Like, I joined a low tier league in order to counteract this issue, and yet here I am. So yeah, I'm clicking taunt because I'm not letting you have any ounce of anything. I'm now going to proceed to click knockoff because I'm not letting you have any ounce of anything. You are what? You are leftovers. Bye-bye. You clicked Ruination. Should I be scared? I'm at 164. Do I live like a Stone Edge? I do not live a Stone Edge. So I think I'm just going to click U-turn. What's my pivot after this? I do need to keep my Gouging Fire answer healthy. So I am kind of in a bit of a predicament, actually. I don't really have a U-turn pivot. I mean, I can go Terrakion on an aggressive. I can also Bleak Wind. What do I need this thing for? Taunting the Fortress and the Tinglu is really nice. Yeah, I'm just going to click U-turn. I'm actually going to make an aggressive play into Terrakion. Because I don't really think there's a situation where you click Earthquake on me. And then if you do decide to click like Throat Chop or something, then I get a Justified boost. And then if you Stone Edge me, I'm not taking a gazillion amount of damage, it seems. So I think this is always just my play. Yeah, Stone Edge does 15%. So I'm just going to go hard Terrakion. If you predict my play, then good play on you. But I think this covers literally every base. Wow. Okay. Good play. Okay. I'm down to 89. Wow. Okay. Well, you're in close combat range, and your pivot could be Pecha. Am I in a position where I have to... They could go Pecharunt here. I could make a double on the Pecharunt, or I could just Earthquake here. I don't want to let that Pecharunt come in for free. That's my biggest problem. But they're probably Fizz Def if they are pivoting in. The other pivot could be Hatterene as well. And Hatterene is actually taking a lot from Stone Edge. If they stay in sack... I mean, if they go Hatterene, what do I lose from going Quillfish? Nothing. If they go Pecharunt, what do I lose from going Quillfish that next turn? Not really anything. I'm just going to attack what's in front of me. That was just a really good play on them. Good play. They go Hatterene. Okay, yeah. I can just go Quillfish here all day. And not even really think about it. Wow. Yeah, good EQ play there. And I think I'm always just going to click Toxic. Because Toxic will punish the Tinglu coming in. They go for Psyshock. Cool. And if they decide to stay in on an interesting play, then the Magic Bounce, I'm immune. So I could also double. I could go back into Torn. They click Earthquake, so they're Earthquake Ruination. They're probably Rocks. Do they really have something to hit me? I could make this play onto... I mean, they could be weird and nuzzle me. What do they get from nuzzling me? Not much, but like I don't want to risk it. I don't want to overplay. I think Toxic is always my safe play. I don't take a lot of damage from whatever they have, so okay, they stay in. That's cool. They're not going to affect me with anything. I mean, what are they really going to do to me? They clicked Draining Kiss and they did nothing. Okay. Honestly, I can take chip with this thing. So I'm just going to Toxic again. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Like, oh, okay. Dope. Maybe I could have went Torn on the next turn. That was a weak play by me. Okay, hazards are going up. I'm gonna have to accept that. So with that being said, this is rough. I mean, I can I can go into my Terrakion and get the most value out of it before they get their hazards up, because I can't remove them after. Do I live a hit? I'm actually in a really bad spot. I do live a Rocks hit and a Spikes hit. I do live one. If I Spike and they double into Hatterene, they could make that play, actually. That is very possible. What do I lose from... what do I lose from going Torn? Not a lot. I can knock off, and they don't really punish it. I just don't want rocks to go up, but like I kind of have to accept the fact that they are. So I'm just gonna go Torn. I don't want them to double into Hatterene, predicting my like pivot into Terrakion. I don't get a lot of value off of that. I can Stone Edge, but they can just like the chip isn't really granting me anything. They're gonna explode. Oh, are they normal gen? Oh, okay. Well, wait. This isn't bad. It's not ideal, but it's not bad. Okay. So, Tinglu might come in here. I can't let the Tinglu do much here, right? Tinglu coming in on a lot of this is actually pretty bad. Wow, yeah, losing that is actually really bad. I'm gonna go Terrakion here. I can't let the Tinglu come in for free. I do outpace everything on their team outside of Frogadier. And if Frogadier locks into a water move, then I'll take that. How do I win this game, actually? I'm trying to identify that. Terapagos is my way in winning, but I need to chip down the Tinglu somehow. Frogadier comes in. Yeah, that's annoying. So they should know that I know that they're Scarf. But at the same time, I can't really give them a U-turn play. That's kind of the issue. If they do U-turn, actually, I can just go into Swampert. I'm about to say, I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me go Swampert here. I don't think I lose much from just going Swampert. I mean, it's a Frogadier into a Swampert. Like, maybe I'm downplaying, but, like, I don't really know what that does. They Chilling Water. Okay, that actually did a lot. Help? Alright, I'm clicking Flip Turn here all day. If they Chilling Water again, I can go Pult and get a free sub. If they switch on to Hatterene like I think, I can also go into Pult and get a free sub. Because I can threaten with a Shadow Ball, and they might feel obligated to switch. I don't think they want me to get Rocks up for free. They also lost their way of removing my hazards. So that is something that I need to keep in mind. They go into Petron. Okay. Nothing. Ooh, I can go Pult. You could be Kasib, though. I can go Quillfish here, always. Then click Crunch. You're lefties. Okay. Yeah, I need to get hazards up ASAP, but the only problem is, like, aggro Hatterene. That's my biggest concern. I can Toxic here. That punishes an aggro Hatterene on their part. Well, it doesn't punish. That's not what I mean. I don't lose much because of the Magic Bounce play, right? If they pivot into Tinglu, I still get a Toxic on that. I think Crunch is by all means my weakest play. I don't think they do a lot to me. Unless they're like Plot. That would be really annoying. I'm just going to Toxic here. Okay, so they're slow. That's good to know. And they Party Shot. Okay, so they're slow. That's good information. I'm happy I know that now. So they're slow Petron. They're like min-speed Petron, actually. Yeah, they're min-speed Petron. That's excellent information. So now they're going to get the free into Tinglu. They go Frogadier. What do you do to me? Am I, like, slow? Do I not just... What is a... Yo, Team Builder. Oh, my God. This is why I'm in a low-tier league. Literally why. Because I'm sitting here like, what does a Frogadier do to me? Should I be concerned? Like, you have... Switcheroo? Oh, you have Switcheroo. You could trick me a Scarf. Do I aggro Tarak to cover for that? That's so weird. Do I live a U-turn from them if I make this play? This might be very odd. Like, I don't know if I'm like... I'm so confused. Do I still get 2 Life Orb hits? I do. This is such a weird call to make. I'm gonna do it though. This is so odd. I don't know. Like, why would you? Like, you're doing nothing to me. You're doing no damage. Like, I don't know. They're either gonna U-turn or they're gonna switcheroo me. They get spikes up. Okay, so they're locked into spikes. Spikes go up, which is really unfortunate. But like, I mean, there's nothing really much I can do in that situation anymore. I can close combat here safely. If they go Petron, that's fine. I can Earthquake the following turn. I do live 2 rounds. I can also Earthquake here, but they might be trying to sack, so I'm just going to CC. They do sack, okay. So this should be a dead Frogadier. And they got 2 Laser Spikes, which is actually really annoying. Yeah. I knew the hazards were coming, but this is, you know. Man, I need more hazard prevention on this team. Nah, I think it's okay, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just... Okay, so now my Terapagos is not going to have its Terra Shell. That's really unfortunate. I don't think I need it, though. I think I live a lot of what can happen to me. So, I don't think I need it. Gouging Fire could come in. I actually expect Hatterene the most, to be honest. Or Pecharunt, really. Pecharunt and click Recover. That could be a play by them. I could preserve, like... I think I might be respecting the Hatterene too much. There's the Pecharunt. I get no value if I just Earthquake them and they recover, right? I gain literally nothing. So I think I want to save Terrakion as a sack, and I think I want to go hard Quillfish. I'm not going to be able to remove these hazards, but saving this as a sack to maybe prevent like a parting shot maybe later on down the line or something along those lines, that could be really helpful. They go for Malignant Chain. Okay, so I could have EQ'd. Wow. Okay, I guess. Okay. They're Malignant Chain and Parting Shot. They're slow Pecharunt. I don't want to spike and they go Hatterene. I've only clicked Toxic, right? So they don't want to go Tinglu. I can spike here. What do I lose from getting from clicking spikes? If they go Hatterene. If they go Hatterene, I could Barbarage on the following turn. And they're getting weaker. But I also have to, like, they're Fizz Def Hatterene probably. And my Terrakion's low, so that means their Hatterene's freed up. They could also slow Parting Shot here and go into Tinglu. And they gain a lot of value off of that because they can get rocks up for free. I really don't want to spike and they go Hatterene, but I don't think they do. I've clicked Toxic every turn. I'm going to click Spikes here. Okay. Alright, Spikes go up. Thank God. Find a freaking lead. That was too late. They should Parting Shot here. Yep, they do. Okay. This is a rough game. So now the Tinglu's going to be taking a little bit more chip. I might need to sacrifice my Quillfish in order to guarantee more chip on the Tinglu, if I'm being honest. Gouging Fire pivot would actually be really scary. I think I sacked Terrakion there. They do go Tinglu. Okay. They're probably going to try and get rocks up. I might try and Toxic here. Like, yeah, Earthquake's going to do a crap ton of damage to me, but weakening down this... Or do I just sack the Terrakion? I don't want to give them free rocks. That's my biggest concern, right? So, do I insta-lose? I mean, their win condition is obviously Gouging Fire. That's their win condition. They could also be Trick Room Hatterene. That is also a win condition by them. Do I insta-lose if they're Trick Room? If the Quillfish gets chipped, yeah, I do. I do insta-lose. But they were like Fizz Def, though, with like Psy-Shock. But that still could be Trick Room. I don't want to give them free rocks. This could cover for a lot, but I'm not really netting a lot of value. Because I still lose to... Do I lose the Gouging if I make that play? Yeah, I think I do. I'm not in a great spot. Trick Room or Gouging? I think Trick Room is less likely. I'm going to Toxic here. I think their win condition is Gouging Fire, and I don't need Quillfish in order to prevent a Gouging Fire win condition. They get Whirlwind. Okay, they click Whirlwind. Okay, I made the right play. Best case scenario, they actually sack my Terrakion here. Worst case, we go Terapagos. Awesome. Okay, so this is dead. That's huge, by the way. So they're Whirlwind. Okay, so that was how they were going to quote-unquote deal with my Torn. Okay. So this is getting chipped down, which is great. I can go into my Swampert here. I am letting it get chipped down for the gouging, but as long as the gouging doesn't get +1, and I won't let it get +1, this shouldn't be that big of an issue for me. I do kind of want to... Oh, I should have been slow. Dang it, I should have been slow Swampert here instead of fast Swampert. Oh my god, yeah. Well, I'm relaxed nature. Do I outpace her? I mean, they were slow Petron, so they're probably slow Tingler. Yeah, I should have been slower for slow momentum. I don't want to Rocks in the face of a potential Hatterene, so I think I am just going to click Earthquake here. I don't want to flip turn because I don't really have a pivot, just in case I do outpace them. They don't really have the best pivots into this thing besides like Hatterene. They go Petron. Okay, so it's slow Petron. I do outpace them still though, which is a little unfortunate. But I am just going to click Earthquake here. That did decent damage. I don't want them to Malignant Chain and get value. So I don't want. So I'm going to pivot into my Quillfish. You might be thinking, oh, why would they Malignant Chain in front of a Swampert? Well, they kind of can, considering they'll outpace me. They can recover the next turn. I'm not really threatening a lot of KOs. They could also Shadow Ball as well. They could recover as well. Yeah, like, there are a few plays they can do there in that situation. So they know I have spikes. I think I'm in a situation where I can Crunch, right? Crunch is not going to do a lot to Tinglu, but if they do decide to pivot into Tinglu, I can spike the next turn and just die. If they go Hatterene, I'm still getting Chip. Yeah, I'm just going to Crunch here. They could try and be aggressive with... Okay, so they stay in. That's neat. I am getting 20%. They Malignant Chain. Or, okay. I mean, that's not going to do a lot of damage to me. I'm just going to Crunch again. I could get a defense drop here. Yeah, I'm not going to really think about this play. I think they might think I'm trying to be... No, they just stay in. I could have spiked. Wow. Okay. Do they Parting Shot here? They do. Okay. They might try and go Gouging here. Do I insta-lose at that point? Maybe. Because they can... No, I mean, Swampert might... I don't think Swampert loses a hit. If they're Dragon Claw, I do. If they're Outrage, I don't. And I don't really have a lot of counterplay to Outrage, if I'm being completely honest. I might just get swept here. Tingly comes in. Okay, cool. Not Gouging. And they're taking more spikes, which is excellent. I need that. I need to get up another spike here. If they go Hatterene, they go Hatterene. Okay, cool. Dope. Dope, 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 dope. Best case scenario, they click like Ruination, but they probably EQ me here. Oh, they click Spikes. Okay, dope. Wait, that's huge. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, I'm going to Spike one more time. Or actually, no, do I need it? They could like aggro Gouging here. If they aggro Gouging, what do I do? Because they could make that play. I think I always Toxic here. And that seems like a weak play, but I don't really... How low do I need the Hatterene for Terapagos? It seems to be in range. Yeah, no. I always Toxic here. If they want to go aggro Gouging, I punish that play. I punish aggro Gouging. They go Petron. Okay, cool. So they might try and recover here. Ooh. Okay, so they're gonna recover here. That's kind of like where I'm at. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna spike one more time. If they do recover, then I'm just gonna spam crunch until they kill me. At this point. Yeah, I'm just gonna spam crunch. Or is it better for this thing to be alive in front of me rather than me killing them? Do I live a Petra right? Shadow Ball? I do, and I 2 KO them. No, I don't 2 KO them. I need to crunch them first. Crunch doesn't do a lot. They're in 2 KO. Oh, I get a defense drop. That's great. Okay. Does nothing. Ah, I should have went pert. Ah, I should have went pert. Ah. Oh, no. Okay. That still does nothing. What the hell? Hey, parting shot here. Okay. They're low. The Tinglu's going to come in. They're going to sack. I kind of can't really prevent that, if I'm being honest. Wow, I'm not playing this well. Ooh-wee. Okay, gouging comes in. Do I insta-lose? No, I get my citrus berry back, I think. And I'm out of range. If they're outraged, I insta-lose. And I'm also in Spike's range. Hatterene comes in. Okay. That's interesting. I mean, can I just... Are you Trick Room? I'm so lost. I'm going to Bar Barrage here. I might just be psyching myself out. I'm going to Bar Barrage here. Okay. I got a poison. Wow. That's the first Bar Barrage poison I've gotten in a hot minute. I live on 5. Wait, that's so good. I don't want to give... if they want to like aggro pivot like Pecharunt here, I don't want to give them that free recover. So I'm going to crunch here. If they do want to go aggro Pecha. Yep, there it is. Okay. So I think I'm in a situation... I just do nothing. I just do no damage. I should have been Earth Power instead of... this is really bad. Okay. So they're going to recover here. I wish I was Taunt. They're going to recover. It might come down to like a Malignant Chain, being honest. Can I go aggro Pult and click sub? Or like click Willow maybe into Hex? I should live a Shadow Ball from them. And I'm not really gaining a lot from just... Yeah, I'm going to go Pult and save Quillfish as a sack. I'm not gaining a lot from this. They're just getting free recovery off of me. I should live a Shadow Ball from them. I eat a Malignant Chain. Yeah, I eat a Malignant Chain. And if they do want to stay... I mean, they probably don't want to let me sub here. And they are recovering. I mean, I can... I do want to try and sub one. No, sub is putting myself in range of their Shadow Ball. So I think I'm forced to click Hex here. Yeah. I'm forced to click Hex. Oh, that's damage. The over Shadow Ball. I live this. I eat this. I eat this for breakfast, lunch, dinner. Yes. Okay. Oh my god. This is winnable. This is winnable. Oh my god. I'm clicking Hex. Again. I kill them. They die. Shout out Dragapult. Pult doing the Pult thing. Oh my god. 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 They swap. Okay. They go into probably Tinglu in sack. Yep. They go into Tinglu in sack. I wasn't in a position where I could sub there. Pult gets a kill. They now go into Gouging Fire, and it's going to come down to a chance. And I'm not going to say anything. I don't think I have a safer play other than just clicking said move. I can maybe... I'm talking about Draco, by the way. to people that are a little bit, you know, They could be Haban. How do I play around that? Galgin comes in. They could be Haban. They could be Scarf. They were Scarf Frogadier. But I think they were more support. I could sack Quillfish here. Yeah, I could sack Quillfish here. This is my Quillfish sack, I think. I don't think they're in a situation where they can DD. They would only DD if they're Haban, right? But do I gain value from... They could be Scarf. That's my problem. They could be Scarf Outrage. I'm going to go Quillfish and sack. I don't know what they are. Pull is my way of winning this game. Does Terapagos live a hit? If they DD here, they're probably Haban. Low key. Okay. Breaking Swipe. They're Haban. Can I go into Terapagos here and just win? I think I just go Terapagos and win. Yeah, I go Terapagos and I win the game. Come on, baby. They're Breaking Swipe. They're probably more like of a support set. Heat Crash doesn't kill me. I can Rock Polish here for free. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. God, please. They DD. I live. Wait, not even the fact that I live. I outpace. All right, here we go, baby. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Terapagos. Come on, bestie. Come on, bestie. Come on, bestie. Come on, bestie. Come on. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Frick hazards. Who cares? Who cares about having a Terra Shell? Who cares? You don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need it. Come on, baby. Come on. This is where we got it. This is where we... Wow. Wait. No, I always win now. Wait, what? Hold on. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, wait. Yeah, give me this. Wait, I always win now. Oh, my God. It doesn't even matter if I miss here. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Terapagos. Oh, my God. Jesus freaking Christ. Oh, my God. I played this game so passive. Oh, my God. I played this game so passive. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're fine. We're fine. You know, it's okay. Sometimes you have those moments, you know, and it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But Terapagos is going to clean up here. Thank freaking God. Because oh my God, I played that game so passive. Yo, thank God I changed my... Yo, I had this like weird Terapagos set with like Toxic and Protect. I was like, girl, what am I doing? We need to have a cleaner and a win condition. That's why you always need to have your win conditions, folks. You always have your win cons. But yeah, that's going to be GG's to my opponent. Very, very close game. Probably the closest game I've had yet. Very scary. But we're 5-0 now. I think at this point, one more win and I clinch playoffs because it is 9 weeks. So going 6-3 is positive. I secure. But yeah, that was so intense for like no reason. I literally couldn't break their defensive core. But thank God. I think I was playing a little too safe around Hatterene. Explosion was really concerning. Yeah, that was scary. But yeah, I think I was playing way too safe around Hatterene. I think I need to play a bit more aggressive, but it's okay. You know, you win those. You take that. And yeah, so with that being said, that is week 5, and I will see you guys in a little bit for week 6. Hopefully it's not as close as this one. Yippee-ki-yay! See you soon. 5-0. We need one more win in order to clinch our way into playoffs. And what way to try and win against a Tusk Ogerpon Cornerstone? I'm not really going to go too far in depth with the matchup glance. Tusk just is one of, if not the best mon in draft to draft. Its roll compression is great, and that in combination with Darkrai, which is a great 2nd to 3rd round pick, into Cornerstone as well. Their offense is just a lot to deal with, but Other than that, I was actually really concerned about Sableye. I was more concerned about Sableye more than Darkrai. Milo Scarm is really annoying to deal with. I've drafted that core before in Gen 8, really hard to take down. I wasn't really worried about Reverum. I wasn't really worried about their third row, to be completely honest. Mainly worried about Cornerstone and Thunderwave Sableye. So with that, here's the team that we're bringing. Me and Jay Ricky in the draft were talking about 1-pointers to grab because I wanted my team to be really top heavy and really useful. And I mentioned Coughing because of how great Coughing can soft check, borderline hard check even Great Tusk. So of course there's a Great Tusk on my screen and I have to bring the Coughing. But just in case Ogerpon Cornerstone comes, Swampert plus Coughing can work decently together. I think Swampert soft checks Tusk decently well, even though Tusk is really strong and can borderline 2 KO me after a spike. It soft checks really well, can threaten out with the Surf, and depending on what they are, between that and Coughing, they might not feel free to click close combat. If Cornerstone comes, I am a little bit scared of that. I wanted to bring Metagross to kind of mitigate the Cornerstone, but in general, Metagross looked really bad into the rest of their team. So obviously we're not doing that. I have AV Torn as a way to kind of deal with the Darkrai. If it is Life Orb, then I do have a chance to not get 2 KO'd. If they're not Life Orb and they're like Boots or something or Scarf, then I'm eating Dark Pulses for days. I'm never getting 2 KO by Ice Beam, so that's kind of not really doing anything for me. I have Wind Condition, Dragapult. Scarf kind of just, Speed Control is so important. Scarf Pult can clean up against Scarf Darkrai, against Scarf or +1 Tusk. I outpace everything that they have in the game, and honestly, if I could just get some chip with poison and rocks and just chipping and poking here and there, Polt Darts can clean up, Polt Shadow Ball can clean up, and things like that. I have Terrakion as a great breaker. Adamant, because I'm hard calling that they're not going to be Jolly Entei into me, and yeah, that's pretty much it there. I don't know if I said already, but my lead here is Tornado's Theory, and I kind of just click a button into a lot of what they have, and yeah, so with that, that is going to be my week 6 prep, and I hope you enjoy week 6 against JBOB. Hey everybody, it's me, Cherry, coming at you guys with week 6 of, I don't know why I'm starting these like it's a new video when it's all literally going to be compiled. But anyway, week 6 of the LGA. Today we are playing JBOB. If I win this game, as you guys may have seen, I will be clinched. Yes, there's a Coughing on my screen. I'm 5-0. So, like, yeah, I'm bringing the Coughing. So there's no Ogerpon. Oh my god, yes. Wait, there's no Ogerpon. I'll take a Reverum. I'll take a Reverum. I'll take a Reverum. I'll take a Reverum. All day. All day, I'll take a Reverum. So now I really don't regret not bringing Metagross, only in the sense of there's no Ogerpon. And Metagross I had originally, but it was there for only Ogerpon because this matchup is not great. Now I drafted, or it wasn't me that drafted, it was Jay Ricky. Shout out my goat, Jay Ricky. He drafted my entire team for me because I hate drafting. And we were going over 1-pointers, and I'm like, let's just go Coughing because Coughing has a great matchup into Tusk and soft checks Tusk. So yeah, I have a Coughing. And this is the Tusk matchup, and there's no Skarmory either, which is also really nice. But in any case, I'm just going to leave my dedicated lead, which is Tornadus. There's no Ogerpon, which is going to be what I was using Coughing for more than Tusk. But now that there's no Cornerstone, I can actually use my Coughing to mainly deal with the Great Tusk. So I'm gonna lock in my team. Good luck, have fun to my opponent JBOB. Like I said, I think at the beginning, if I do win this game, that I am clinched for playoffs, because the worst I go is 6-3, and that's net positive. And I don't know if you guys know me like that, but I'm kind of not the biggest fan of what's it called? I'm not the biggest fan of going undefeated, and my capture card is doing the thing again. Anyway, let me I need to fix this. All right, my capture card's back. So Sableye did decide to lead. I'm actually going to pivot out, and I'm going to go hard into, I want to say, my Swampert. use the Rocky helmet to get off some chip and get my rocks up. They actually, their only removal is Tusk, and I don't spin block them, so unfortunately, you know, they're just going to be able to remove. They do T-Wave. That was my biggest concern, Thunder Wave, Sableye. So we do get that. I actually kind of want to, I don't gain a lot from clicking Flip Turn here, being honest. So I definitely want to, I might just want to just click Earthquake, to be honest. If they're Willow, they do reveal it. And I do get a lot of damage or more damage on Milo if it comes in. And I get to see and get intel. I think getting rocks up are nice, but their removal is really good. So I'm not really counting on them staying up that long. So I'm just going to Earthquake here. If they are Will-O-Wisp and they reveal that, the Reflect. Okay. So Reflect. So I did around 20%. Odds are they're probably Spit F. So I actually think I want to click Flip Turn here. Reason being, well, what do I gain if they go Milo? Not much. I am Infiltrator, which is nice. I could get my rocks up, or I could just Flip Turn. I mean, if they go Milo, like I said, I gain hardly anything. Well, no, I gain extra damage, I guess. So I'll Flip Turn here. They knock off, okay. So I'm getting more intel in their set. So they'll probably recover. That's their final move. Their T-Wave. Could I go Polt? Or go Torn, not reveal much. I don't think they'll knock off my Eviolite. That's like my biggest concern. I don't really pressure this thing all that well. They're probably, if they're Spit Def, I don't think they're in range of Terapagos, unfortunately. It's actually close. So you know what? I'm going to go Terapagos here. If I get paralyzed, that's going to be really annoying, but they don't really have a lot of hazard pressure with the team that they brought, so Terapagos getting paralyzed, while it will be annoying, it won't be the end-all be-all, right? So they're at around 50%, so if they're fully Spit Def, this is in range of dying, so I'm just going to D-Gleam here. And if they Thunder Wave me, then they Thunder Wave me, being honest. They switch out. Okay, so they're at like 50%. Siren, that's probably Milo. Yeah, that's Milo. So I did around, they're leftovers. Okay, that's great to know. I want to say I did around maybe 10%. They're Spit F. They're Spit F Milo for sure. So I don't want them to Flip Turn and gain anything off of that play, right? Because they actually gain a lot from clicking Flip Turn. So I think what I want to do is click Rapid Spin. Because if I click Rapid Spin, Flip Turn always breaks my Terra Shell. And if I do make the pivot, they can go into Sableye and get a free recover. And I don't want to let that happen. So I'm just going to Rapid Spin here. Worst case, they like Scald and they burn me. And if they burn me, that's better because they can't paralyze me. So I could also Thunderbolt and get more damage that way. I'm going to Thunderbolt here, actually. Thunderbolt does a little bit more than Terra Starstorm. Yeah, that's not a lot. And they do Flip Turn. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. So, I mean, they're not going to do a lot to me. The Milo is shipped down. Getting Toxic Spikes up are going to be... I mean, they have Reverum, so that's going to be a little bit annoying for me. I think they pivot Tusk, maybe? They do go Tusk. Yep. So they could knock off on a middle ground. I am just going to go Coughing because that's what Coughing is here for. So I'm just going to go Coughing here. They might try and maybe make a double predicting my Coughing, but like, I mean, I'm not really too concerned. Milo's at around, I want to say 70%. They click Knockoff like I thought. They bring me down to 228. So I can click Willow kind of freely. Or I get a Toxic Spike up. And then just pivot hard like Pert. They're also light clay, so I need to write that down. I don't think they want to risk a Will-O-Wisp, so I think if anything, they go Sableye again. Meaning I'm just going to click Toxic Spikes. I think they go Sableye again here. Okay. So my biggest fear is Shift Gear. And how I deal with Shift Gear is... They could Parting Shot here. Honestly, Reverum Ironhead does a lot of damage to me. So... But if they Ironhead on my Swampert, then they're not really getting a lot. And Swampert can soft check the Tusk as well. I ain't getting me chipped down for Entei, but I have outs for Entei. Getting a Willow off on whatever comes in could be huge. Because if it's Sableye, it's just going to get poisoned. And they can't high horsepower me. I'm going to Willow here. They do Parting Shot. Yeah, that was my biggest fear. I didn't want the Parting Shot to give them anything off of the turn. So now something is getting poisoned. One switch in. And if the Tusk is Boots, then I'll burn it. Shadow Demon. That's Darkrai. Okay. And their Boots Darkrai. Okay, that's huge. Okay. And now I can go into my Torn, which is meant for the Darkrai. Now I know that they're Boots. Then they go for Dark Pulse. This shouldn't do a lot. I'm AV. Yep. And I can click U-turn here, not even risk a Focus Blast or anything. Reflect is gone, which is also great information. They are sitting at, what, 94? 94 minus 6 is 88. They're sitting at 88%. They do switch, so I get the initiative off the play. If they go Sableye, that's low-key best case scenario. They go Reverum. They do go Reverum. They do absorb the T-Spikes. I can go into my Swampert here, low-key. And they're leftovers. I don't want the Sableye to come in for free. That's my biggest concern. If I flip turn and they stay in, it's not the worst case in the world, because I can pivot hard into my my Torn and click Heat Wave, or even my Terrakion and click Earthquake if they shift gear, which would be a very aggressive play. So I'm just gonna flip turn here. I willingly clicked Earthquake turn 1, so, and they don't have an Earthquake resist, it appears. So they do Parting Shot like I thought they would. Okay. Reverum is at 100%. I expect Milotic to come in here. And on that, I can probably pivot Terrakion and click Stone Edge. Sableye comes in. Okay. And they're low, so they're probably going to want to recover. That's why I think I'm going to go into my Terapagos. They do reflect. Okay. So I get rid of the Sableye, which is huge. Huge for my team. So it's gone. I crit them. Crit doesn't matter. I always kill them. So that is a kill for Terapagos. So they pivot into Tusk. Okay. So they might try and middle ground Ice Spinner me. They could also try and double into Entei maybe, but I just lose nothing from going into Coughing. So if they go Milo, then good play on them. They go Reverum. Okay. So I've revealed Will-O-Wisp. So I don't think they want to even risk the fact that I can Willow them, right? I can also Pain Split. Because that will chip down Darkrai. What's my Torn at? Is that full? I can Willow here. Because if they go Darkrai, I can just go into my Torn. And if they stay in, then I get this burn. So I'm just going to Willow here. They do switch. They hard switch. Okay. They go Entei. Okay. So Sacred Fire is scary. They also could be Power Herb Solar Beam. How do I want to navigate this? Entei. I live Abandoned Sacred Fire. If they're Eruption and I lose this, is this bad? No, it's not. Because then I can go Torn. So I'm going to Pain Split here. They're Trailblaze. Okay. I can Clear Smog this. Nice. Which means they're not banded. I'm going to Clear Smog here. Sacred Fire. They do burn me. Unfortunate. I could live. No, don't live. That's fine. I did Clear Smog them, so they are back at neutral. They're Trailblaze. They're at around, I want to say 60. Pole can come in and click Draco. I could also go into Terapagos. Terapagos should live a hit. Yeah, Terapagos should live a hit, and I can Terra Starstorm. For free. No problem. Because they are in range. Yeah. Let's go Terapagos here. I don't want to go into Polt. Because going Polt means... Yeah, they're also... I mean, it's a min roll for Polt. So I don't want to risk that. So I am just going to Terra Starstorm. If they do want to go into Reverie, then it is what it is. I didn't want to risk Power Herb Solar Beam. That was my big thing. I also didn't know it got Trailblaze, so that's information for me. And they are adamant. They do switch. So this is going to do kind of meh damage. Wow, that did a lot. Is that crit? No. Wow, that's so much damage. Could I just Terra Starstorm again? Like, what do I lose from clicking Terra Starstorm again? Not much. I'm just going to Terra Starstorm again. That's so much damage. They Parting Shot. Okay, so they are faster than me. So... So they have some speed. They're probably creeping like modest Terapagos. That's Milotic. Just gonna Terra Starstorm again. That's decent damage. They're gonna recover here. Yeah, breaking this is gonna be really annoying. Reflect's gone. It's not like it really did anything. I can go Torn here and just click Grass Knot. Because I kind of don't really lose much. Yeah, I don't lose much. So. And they do recover here. Alright. I'm not doing any damage to them, unfortunately. Doing 30% maybe, but I'm still going to click it. That's good damage. They flip turn. Okay. 199 on a crit. So 33%. So they're not minus attack nature. So they're probably like sassy. Or they might just be mono flip turn. That's also another possibility. They are at around 70% again. And they are flip turn recover. I did about, yeah. And that's spit F. They don't know what my... They should know my Torn's AV. Judging off the damage that I did to... Or the damage that Darkrai did to me. Dark Pulse did less than 30%, so... Or it did less than a third, because my regen healed all of it. They go into Reverum. As long as they're not Gunk Shot, I can afford to click Heat Wave here and chip this. Because I don't want them to Parting Shot for free. So I'm just going to Heat Wave here. I do get off the Heat Wave. That's a lot of damage. And they Toxic me. Awesome. I mean, it's not the greatest, but it's also not insanely bad. Because that was a passive play on their end. So I could maybe get something out of that. They were probably expecting Swampert to come in. I'm not in a position where I can risk clicking that, right? If they U-turn, well, if I U-turn and they stay in, I can get my rocks up for free. So I'm actually, yeah, I'm going to U-turn here. Nice. And they go into Milo. Okay, huge. Nice. And they're at around 50. And I can go back into... I can actually go into Terrakion here. They don't have a lot for Terrakion at this point. The Milo is definitely in range. Yeah. Milo's definitely in range. It's not Fizdef. So I can close combat here for free. They should sack the Reverum. So they do switch out. They probably will give up Reverum. Yep, they give up Reverum. Makes perfect sense. And Terrakion's gonna claim a kill. They're gonna figure out I'm Life Orb. They go into, I believe that is the Tusk. That is the Tusk. Yep. So better Tusk than Darkrai, to be honest. I'm gonna go Swampert. It is healthy enough. It's gonna take a lot from a close combat, but I am very Fizdef, and this is kind of my best defensive pivot. If they do double into Milotic and predict that, then great play on them. But I'm kind of not really in a situation where I feel threatened. So yep, I'm just gonna swap. Just going to go into my Swampert. No need to make any crazy plays. They close combat here. They bring me down to 150. Yep. That's a lot of damage. But I am going to go Polt this time. And fire off a Shadow Ball. Well, they could be AV. They could be Jolly. But they don't know what I am, right? But this is my win condition, right? So I think I have to just click Draco. And guarantee my KO. So if they do go Milo, then they do go Milo. They go Entei. Okay. That's huge, by the way. Absolutely huge. Getting rid of Entei is like, that's the one thing I was really, really scared of. Low key. So Entei is dead. Maybe there's Scarf Tusk. They go Milo. I think they flip turn here. If they flip turn, they go Tusk, they claim a kill on Terapagos. That's not great. If I go into this and they flip turn, then I'm in the best spot. I'm in the best scenario. So yep, let's just go Torn. Because I should be able to live an Ice Beam from Darkrai. They Scald. Okay. Those will do a lot. I don't think they Scald again. I think they flip turn here, maybe. Maybe I could have went. Okay. I'm gonna let this get chipped just a little bit, only because I know that my Terapagos can live a hit at this point. And I don't want to enable... I mean, I kind of do enable a recover at this point. But my problem is if they flip turn, then they're weakened down for pull, right? I just don't want to U-turn and they flip turn and they go Tusk. And then I'm in a really bad spot. Although at that point, I can sack Terapagos to Tusk and then go pull again. And then 2 Shadow Balls should be able to... I just don't want to make a passive play on a recover. I'm going to U-turn here. I just... if they recover, I'm not in a great spot. No matter what I do, low-key. If they recover or flip turn, I'm not in a great spot. I don't want them to have Ice Beam. That's my biggest concern as well. Which is very possible into my team, so I don't want to go Polt. I don't want them to flip turn. I think they recover low-key, so I could go into my Terapagos, and then if they decide to flip turn out, then they're not recovering, which is good. They do flip turn, okay. So they're not recovering. They are going to go into Tusk, unfortunately. And I think I'm in a position where I have to sack my Terapagos to the Tusk. Yeah. They're not... I don't think they're AV Tusk by how they switched out. Because if they were AV... If they were AV Tusk into... First of all, what's their win con? Getting a spin-off with Tusk, I think, is their win condition. Or getting rid of my Polt and getting a spin-off is their win condition, right? They don't know that I'm Scarf. So, they don't know that. But, yeah, getting a spin-off and getting rid of my Polt is how they win the game. So, I just can't let them spin with Tusk. And I think I sack Terapagos here. If they CC, I can go into my Torn. And I can click U-turn. It depends on what they click here. I'm just Terra Starstorm, low-key. Because, yeah. Sack Terapagos. And now I can go into my Torn and click Grass Knot for free. I can also Focus Blast for free. I need to go for a Darts in game. I think I go for Focus Blast here to cover for that Darkrai. If I get it right, then I'm in an extremely commanding position. I arguably win because they go Milo, and then if they recover on me, then they're in a really rough spot against the Terrakion. So I'm going to Focus Blast here. I have to get this right. I have to land. I have to get this right on the incoming Darkrai. Okay, I do predict the Darkrai coming in. And I miss. Alrighty. Oh, that's Focus Blast for you. So, I think I'm in a position where I can U-turn, right? U-turn always puts this in range of Polt. And it also covers for Milo coming in. So, I can always U-turn here. They can't freeze me with Ice Beam. I also think a crit Ice Beam doesn't kill me either. If they stay in and I land a Focus Blast, then they're dead. And that might just be their way of winning dead. Okay, so they are going to Ice Beam me. Okay. Does nothing. I can U-turn here. That is in range of Polt. I can Darts. If I landed that Focus Blast, I think I just won the game on the spot. Which is kind of unfortunate, but that's just kind of how Focus Blast is, you know? So, I ran that move with full intention and, you know... Sometimes you can't. Wow, that's hella bulky. Jesus. Okay. That's hella bulky. That did nothing. What the hell? Are they like bulky Darkrai? Bulky boots? Maybe. That did nothing. They go into Tusk. Okay. I think they know that I'm choiced. They can Ice Spinner here. As long as they don't get two... If they're Scarf Ice Spinner, do I just insta-lose? Well, wait. Torn always wins this game with Grass Knot. As long as they're not EV, I think. So the chip with... Yeah. So this chip is valuable. So I'm going to darts here. I'm going to switch up win conditions. Getting this chip is huge. They do knock me off. They're going to realize I was Choice Scarf. And now I can click Shadow Ball. And if they reveal to be Choice Scarf themselves, which honestly I think they are, being honest. I think they're Scarf. They are Scarf, yeah. I kind of got that vibe from them. So now I can just go into my Terrakion and click Close Combat a million times and secure. Or, no. I can go into this, Grass Knot until I die, go to Rack, and then just win. I don't want to lower my own defenses, right? If they knock me off, then I kind of just win, I think. How much does an Ice Spinner do? Their knockoff. How much does an Ice Spinner do to... It does 30%. How much does it do to Torn? 78. I think I gotta go Torn and click Grass Knot. Yeah. I have to Grass Knot here. Okay, so they sack. Okay, cool. I think their play into me is to click Recover. Milo comes back in. My play here is to click U-turn. Want to recover? I should live a Scald. Yeah, I live a Scald. So I can go Terrakion here. And if they recover here, my play is the CC spam until I die. They detail me. Oh, well. I mean, they were in range of Grass Knot at that point, so. That should be GG. Very, very close game. Yeah, very, very close game. 2-0 win. I think if I landed the Focus Blast, I think I had it sooner. Or maybe not actually. Low key. I don't know. It was a very close game. GG's to them for sure. Yeah, that's gonna be it for week 6. That means we are clinched. So, yeah. So now I can start B teaming and having a good time. So yeah. With that being said, that's gonna be week 6 of the LGA. Thank you so much for watching, and hope you all have a great day, night. Girl, why am I? Girl, I see you in like 10 seconds for week 7. Anyway, yeah. Catch you guys later. Week 7 is upon us, and because of my most recent win securing me at 6-0 currently, I am officially clinched for playoffs. Meaning, I probably want to start B teaming in my next few matchups, because the rest of the 3 people this season, I have a pretty decently high chance of playing again. So with that, here's the matchup. I'm not going to go too in depth with the matchup because this could definitely be a rematch opponent. So here is the team that I am bringing. I wanted to bring Whimsicott. Between Lumineon and Whimsicott, those are the only 2 mons that I have not brought. I might be able to fit Lumineon into the Chi-Yu matchup next week, but I'm not really counting on that. Don't quote me on that. However, I wanted to fit Whimsicott into this team, and I think it has a kind of niche thing where it can kind of bait in Goldingo and Sinista and Arcaludon and force chip on it with Life Orb. Life Orb, modest, offensive Whimsicott kind of does pretty good here. But other than that, I kind of have like some standard things. I'm bringing Colbert Polt. I'm bringing offensive Swampert. I'm bringing Calm Mind 3 attacks, Terapagos, which I haven't done yet. Kind of sort of exploring with the options that I have and hoping for a win this week again. If I lose, it is not the worst thing ever. I think going undefeated in the regular season is a curse. But win is a win. A loss is a loss. I'm now for the next 3 weeks going to just be vibing and having fun. So with that, here is our week 7 game. Hey guys, what is up? It is week 6, 7. I don't really know what week it is of the LGA. This was a little bit delayed. I had something come up with a friend, but obviously in this kind of setting, you won't really know that because they're all going to be battles in one. There is a Sinista. There is a Wigglytuff. I did kind of expect the Wigglytuff. There's no, what did I expect? There's no Goldingo, which is actually really nice. But everything else in like rotation, I was kind of expecting. Dragapult kind of walls. I mean, Wigglytuff kind of walls Dragapult, so I'm going to have to be playing that more conservatively. There's no Gliscor, so okay. That's noted. I'm going to leave my dedicated lead being Swampert. Swampert looks really, really, really good here. We're bringing Whimsicott. This is kind of sort of a B team-ish because I can definitely play this team in playoffs. And from here on now, I am going to be B teaming. As I said prior in the team builder that I potentially did, I'm clocked in clinch for playoffs at this point. So I don't really need to... I don't want to say try. Obviously, I'm going to try and win my games, but I don't really need to go 100% because I'm clinched. Speaking of, there is a Hoopa. So I think what I'm going to do, I live any hit from this thing, and flip turn to this thing does 30% if they're max HP. I doubt they're max HP. Looking at their team, their likely Scarfer is probably this thing. So I'm predicting them to be more offensive, meaning that flip turn can do half. Earthquake does 80%. They don't have a ground resist. The ground resist is Sinista, and I am the Rindo Berry. So I am just going to claim my damage. I mean, actually, no. I probably should have led Quillfish. I think my lead was actually Quillfish. I think I changed that, but it's completely okay. I am... Rindo, so I don't really lose much. So I am just going to flip turn. If they do want to pivot, then they want to pivot. They do click knockoff. They bring me down to 178, which is 56%. So they are physical. I'm just going to go into my Quillfish here. And I lower their attack. They are down to 60%. I'm going to spike here. I don't really lose a lot from this play. I probably should have led Quillfish at the very start, but it's okay. 6 is probably maybe the... Okay, so it's our Caledon. Okay. Get a spike up here. And then now on this, they could drop a Draco. I think my play here is to... Potentially, I need the Archaludon chip down, right? And the only way I'm really doing that is with the Terapagos. So I think what I'm gonna do, they could drop a Draco, like I said, they could get up rocks. If they Draco the next turn, that's okay. Does Torn live a Draco? I don't really know if I want Torn taking the hit. Archaludon. You are max. I am living the Draco. And I can threaten the following turn. So yeah, you know what? I am going to go Torn. I don't really need the health on Torn for too much. They do go for rocks. Okay, so they get their rocks up. Is what it is. I'm going to actually click knockoff. I think knockoff is valuable. Knockoff a potential AV, knockoff a potential power herb. They do get a stamina proc. They are lefties, okay. And they are going to T-Bolt. Okay, so I should always live this. Yep, nice. All right, and I don't think I want to risk a Focus Blast, being completely honest. So I think I am going to go into my Swampert and just sack there. They were leftovers, which means they're not AV, which means that Terapagos can put in a lot of work here. They might try and call my switch into Swampert, which is okay if they do want a Draco. I don't think I'm getting rocks up this game. They do want a Dragon Pulse. Okay, yeah, that's a good middle ground play for them, and they are going to kill me. It is what it is. So I think what I want to do here is probably go into my Terapagos. Terapagos is kind of meant to chip this thing down, so I am going to do that. I can Earth Power here willingly. I don't really lose a lot. That's huge damage. And they Dragon Tail me and they miss. Oh, wait. Oh, no, they don't miss. Okay, cool. That's fine. Honestly, I mean, best case scenario, they bring in Pult, actually. It's Quillfish. Ooh, that's not really great. They're Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse, Thunderbolt, and Stealth Rock. So, I mean, I feel like I lose nothing from going back into Terapagos. How am I winning this game? Potentially with Whimsicott. Whimsicott's gonna be rough. I kind of want a Whimsicott to be my win condition. I need a way to chip down the Wigglytuff. That is gonna be really annoying. They do Dragon Pulse here. I eat that up. And I'm just gonna Earth Power again. They don't really have a switch in. Getting rid of Archaludon is great. Oh, I think my in-game is torn. So that means I'm gonna need chip on the that means I'm gonna need chip on the Hoopa. Okay, cool. So they give me this thing. That's nice. Terapagos claims yet another kill. Rocks are up on my side, but also rocks are up on their side. So they're probably gonna want to pivot into Palmont. And on Palmont, I'm probably gonna just want to sack my Terapagos. I don't really have another way out of that situation. Because if I do sack, I can bring in my... Am I still Psychic? I am still Psychic. They could CC. I mean, they could also Double Shock. That's a good middle ground for them. If I do go Whimsicott, what do I lose, right? If they click Knockoff and I stay in, they're not really in a great spot. I could go Whimsicott. I mean, middle ground, it covers Volt. It covers Volt. It covers Close Combat. It covers a lot, actually. I'm going to go Whimsicott. I didn't really make this play in mocks, but I mean, like, why not? Like, I'm kind of just, like, playing this game. Worst case scenario would be Ice Punch here. They do Ice Punch. Okay, good play. And I do live. So I get to see if they're Mach Punch. They probably are. So I'm going to Moonblast here. They do switch. Okay, so I am going to get some chip on something. I could have Psychic on a middle ground. No, okay, so they go Sinista. Okay, wait, that's huge, actually. Getting chip on this. That's a lot of damage, yeah. Now Whimsicott's going to die. Whimsicott did all but nothing, and it's okay. I can go into my Terapagos here and click Ice Beam, but that brings in Palmont, and I don't really have a great switch into Palmont. I can go Quillfish here and get up another Spike. I could also go Torn. I think I'm going to go into Terapagos. Because I don't think I really ever lose to Hoopa. Because I don't think Hoopa is Scarf. And I have to kind of play around like it is or isn't. I'm not breaking. The problem is I'm not breaking the Wigglytuff. That is also another thing if I do lose this Mon. But in any case, I am just going to click Ice Beam. And Terapagos is going to claim another kill. So, nice. Now, Palma is going to come in. I think on that, I am probably going to just sack. I mean, I can also sack my... How much in range does Palma need to be in order to die to Dragapult? 2 spikes. It's still living. Eternity. Who's that? That's Tentacruel. I'm going to go hard pull, I think, and click U-turn. Because why go into this other than clicking spin? So, yep. I'm just going to go hard into my Dragapult. And then they're probably going to go into their Wiggly. I can U-turn out. And then I can go into my Terapagos. I can click Calm Mind. And if they knock off, I'm Cobra. They Hydro Pump. Oh my god. They actually did a lot. Their Life Orb. Oh, snap. Okay, so if they stay in, they're going to Ice Beam or Dazzling Gleam. Do I lose a lot from that? Does Tornadus die to a Life Orb? That Ice Beam. I'm at 228. Their offensive tentacle. It's a roll in my favor to live. So I'm gonna U-turn here. And the reason why I U-turn there is if they stay in, then they're gonna Ice Beam or D-Gleam, and my what's it called? My Torn can live. They find my Colbur, okay. And they are boots. Actually a lot. Chip on this would be huge. That is Spadef. They go for Perish Song. Okay. I'm gonna go on my Quillfish here and click Crunch. Because getting chip on this will be great. Scaring it out is also great. I don't know if they want to wish on me. They might try to. They do wish. Okay. So they do have to switch. And they might be scared of a Bar Barrage here. So keeping them low will be really, really good for Torn. They're risking a spike going up if they do stay in. Yeah. Perish Song, Wish. Okay. They go back into the Tentacle. Okay. So I should 2 KO this thing. I could also knock them off first so that they do less damage. That could be the move. I'm gonna knock off first. They do Ice Beam, so I am gonna live. Nice, huge. They lose nothing from clicking Ice Beam again, right? Because it covers her Dragapult coming in. I think this is the point where I have to go Terapagos. And then I have to go back into Torn and click Psychic. So yeah, they are gonna Ice Beam. I do live. Now they have to risk a Hydro Pump. I am just gonna Terra Starstorm though. I outpaced them. Okay, so they were probably modest. So I chipped them down even more, which is great. And then they're probably gonna kill me here. Yeah. They are probably Scarf Pawmot now that I'm looking at it. They need a Scarfer. And like at this point, their Scarfer is definitely Pawmot. So I think I'm going to click Darts. They saw that I was Colbur. Tentacles down. I don't have U-turn on my Torn. I need to see if that Pawmot is Scarf. I need to confirm that, right? Otherwise, it's going to be rough. I think they are going to pivot into their Wigglytuff, and if they do, I need to play for my out and getting spikes up. Okay, so they do go Wiggly. Okay, cute. I am just going to U-turn here. Their Perish Song, Wish. I can click Knockoff instead of going into the... Okay, so they do Alluring Voice me. I should live. Yep. So I think I have to knock. I have to knock. I have to get rid of their boots. That did a lot. Wow. I crit them. Okay. Got rid of their boots. They are going to wish. Okay. Wish, Perish Song, Alluring Voice. I think I have to go into my Quillfish this turn because they can't really risk going into Hoopa or Pawmot and getting their Scarf knocked off. If they get their Scarf knocked off, then they just lose. So I think I have to go into my Quillfish. Or do I go for the Focus Blast? I don't think I kill with the Focus Blast though at this range. If there are like specially bulky, which it seems like they are. No, Focus Blast kills. Focus Blast is 5, 10, 15. Actually, Psychic also kills too. I'm going to go for a Psychic. They are Protect. Okay. I can't really win at this point with Torn. So this is kind of a weird situation. They could try and... I'm going to go Quillfish, actually. I'm going to go Quillfish. And then I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go Quillfish, and then I'm going to double. I just have to hope they don't click Alluring Voice. I am pretty Spadef, so even if they do... Oh, they're competitive. No, they're Frisk. Okay. They do Wish. Okay. I have to get rid of this Pawmot. If I get rid of Pawmot, then I can win the game. No poison. Okay. That's annoying. Yeah, I have to go pull. I don't think I have an option. I have to go pull. Hopefully they lock into a fighting move. They are pretty free to click an electric move here if they want to. I'm in a really rough situation. They click Thunder Punch. Okay. So they are probably Scarf. Yeah, they're probably Scarf. Let's go back into Quillfish. I am going to click Bar Barrage here. They do get the Intimidate drop. I am going to Bar Barrage. They Thunder Punch again. Doesn't do a lot. Bar Barrage comes off. No poison. Wow. Okay. I should have ran Poison Jab. Yeah, they're definitely Scarf. 100% they're Scarf. That is Hoopa. Okay. Hoopa takes spikes. I need a poison here. I need a poison here. Yes, got it. Perfect. I don't think it's enough, though. It's not. So, unfortunately, I have to go into my Torn. And I have to hope that they either... I have to hope they don't click Knockoff. That's my hope right now. If they don't click Knockoff, then I have a chance. Otherwise, I am probably losing this game. They do Knockoff, yeah. So they're going to kill me. Yep. And then, yeah, we are going to lose this game 2-0. So, yeah, because they're probably Scarf Palmont. So Palmont is their Scarfer, yeah. Yeah, GG's to Asterisk. I mean, yeah, that's kind of how B teams go. Honestly, I'm really, really happy that I broke the undefeated curse now rather than later. Honestly, I am kind of full expecting my season to end like 6-3. Now, unless they like misclick, I mean, I could live an Ice Punch. Probably not, but that's possible. Yeah, they CC. I am definitely expecting like my final record to be 6-3. Only because, like I said, like I'm B teaming at this point. I'm clinched for playoffs. Aster's also clinched for playoffs. Like we're both kind of in that weird situation. So, yeah, not that big of a deal for me. And yeah, so that is going to be week 7. We finally take a loss. Next week we play Luis, I believe is who we play. Not too sure. So yeah, like I said, not that big of a deal. We're gonna bounce back next week and catch you all for week 8. Week 8 is upon us, and unfortunately, we did take a loss last week. Well, for you guys, it's 3 seconds ago, but for me, yeah, last week we did take an unfortunate loss. However, it is okay because I believe going undefeated in the regular season is bad luck, and I am, like I said, clinched for playoffs, so not that big of a deal. Today, we are facing, or I guess now for you all, we're facing Luis, one of the commissioners of the league, and they have a Chiyu. Now, remember what I said? I would try and fit Luminion on the team this week? Yeah, that's not going to happen. Listen, Luminion, I don't know why. Base 60 offensive stats? Like, come on, what are we doing? Like, why? But anyway, this is the prep for this week. Like I said, I'm B teaming here. I'm not really going to go too in depth with a lot of what's going on. I wanted to fit in Whimsicott again this week. But, you know, other than that, I mean, I've banded Torn when, I don't know, I kind of like knock off Taunt a lot more here, but that's something for playoffs. Other than that, I have banded Torn. I have Specs, Terapagos, and Scarf Whimsicott. We're bringing all the choice items this week. Obviously, we have Spadef Swampert for Chiyu to have some sort of actual brain thing going on here. And Sub DD actually looks great on Dragapult if I can set up on the Registeel or the Glow King. Pretty much their passive things. Even Aloe, too. Aloe's doing like 25% to be with Alluring. So, with that is going to be the prep this week, and hope you guys enjoy the battle. Hey guys, what's up? It's Cherry here, coming at you guys with week 8 of the LGA. Yes, this is a post-com, and the reason why it is a post-com, you'll see as this video kind of progresses. So, if you aren't really that big of a fan of post-coms, I know I'm not personally the biggest fan myself. you can skip through to the next potential week, which is week 9. However, as I have been trying to do with this entire series, I do want to film this entire thing, make it a big movie, and showcase how I've really been doing. So with that being said, as you guys have seen prior, you have noticed and witnessed the matchup. They didn't have Richu. They actually didn't have quite a few things I expected. Obviously, I was B teaming for this, so I'm assuming from what they have, they're also B teaming as well. But in any case, they have an Aloe, a Drifblim, Garchomp, some things that aren't throw picks. Not saying anything that I have are throw picks, but they don't have any throw picks on their end, so we're both obviously still trying to win the game and do a lot. But the objective with this team is to get as many breaking potential kills with Terapagos as possible. Them having a Drifblim actually makes things a little annoying, but the win condition is Dragapult. Now, the thought process was I can set up Dragapult on things that are passive, things like Aloe, things like they had a Registeel and a Glow King. I wanted to get a sub up and a DD up on those things, but obviously, I don't see a Glow King or a Registeel on my screen. So otherwise, we have to adjust. Now, something I will say, I switched up my move on Tornadus from Foul Play to Fly. But other than that, everything has been the same. But as you see, they led Rabombi as I decided to lead Terapagos. I was under the impression that they were going to click Webs or U-turn, which I found really unfortunate because I didn't want my Terra Shell to get procced immediately. However, despite that, I kind of couldn't really respect the Drifblim coming in. So I was like, hey, man, I'm just going to Terra Starstorm. I don't really think they have that great of a switch in. They don't really know what my set is turn 1. So if they do go Drifblim, I could maybe get off an Ice Beam, or I could be a Calm Mindset turn 1. They don't really know, right? So I'm thinking to myself, just gonna Terra Starstorm, don't really lose a lot. If they go into Drifblim, I have a Hisui and Quillfish that can come in. I can get a Spike up and go from there. So they do decide to switch out. They go into their Kamala, I believe. So I'm thinking, okay, well, I'm 2-hit KOing this thing. This thing is taking a lot of damage from me. Base 120 and stab specs, and I end up critting and killing them. Now, we talked about it a little bit after the game. The crit was a 50-50 shot to kill, meaning that from what they told me, I don't recall that they were AV. They were either AV or Boots. I don't really remember at the time of filming this. However, in any case, we got rid of Kamala, which was their spinner, meaning that now they don't really have a lot of things that can deal with these hazards other than potentially like defogging Drifblim, but other than that, they kind of don't really have a way in order to deal with my Quillfish getting spikes up. So Drifblim comes in, I can't touch it on specs, so I decided to go into my Quillfish. Not Quillfish, Drifblim. Drifblim came in, so I went Quillfish. And they air slash me, they don't really do a lot. And here, I'm thinking I have 2 potential plays. I can Spike, or I can get off a Toxic. I don't really expect the Drifblim to stay in on me, as I'm a Dark type, and they kind of need this healthy for Terapagos. So I opt to click Toxic. I will say, while watching this back, I kind of wish I got a Spike up instead. I think a Spike would have granted me more overall value rather than the Toxic, but I think Toxic is still a nice play. I catch the Garchomp coming in, I poison it, meaning it's now taking residual damage. And, we go from there. So at that point, I'm thinking to myself, wow, like I was kind of thinking of going into Whimsicott, but I didn't see a Chi-Yu on my screen. So I was like, Swampert is kind of not useless, but I can use it for more other things. So they do go for the Rock Slide, which is a great middle ground play by them. Gets a neutral damage on Whimsicott coming in, and Torn gets more damage on Torn, but anyway, they get a good middle ground. And as I go to Swampert in here, I think I decide to go for an Ice Beam because I don't really think there's a bad play. If they do go into Aloe on my Ice Beam, I can get rocks up the next turn. Ice Beam also catches the Ogerpon as well, and as you guys can see, that is not me right now. That is my game lagging. My video was absolutely crapping itself out, which is the whole reason why I'm doing this post-com. But in any case, they go into the Aloe, which is okay. I knew they would try and go for a flip turn at this point. Aloe lost knockoff and all the things that makes it really great. So I'm like, okay, I can get rocks up, and me staying in means they're probably going to go into their Ogerpon. But Ogerpon, I have soft checks too, like Whimsicott, like Tornadus, things like that. But in any case, get my rocks up here, get them up relatively freely, and now they're kind of just up to stay, right? So my Swampert is still high health, getting that leftovers recovery, and I opt to go into Tornadus. Now, with my EVs, I did not respect Ogerpon. I didn't, quite frankly, did not expect it to come to this game, so I didn't respect it. They actually get a spike up, which I actually kind of find really, really annoying. I wasn't really prepared for hazards on their side of the field. I mean, obviously, rocks, of course, for like Garchomp maybe, but like other than that, I wasn't really prepared for hazard stack. So them getting a spike up is really, really annoying, quite frankly. But in any case, I opt to click Banded U-turn with Torn on Ogerpon only because I don't really expect them to stay in. And if they do, then I mean, I can go into my potential Whimsicott that next turn and kind of deal with that from there. That's kind of what I'm thinking about here. I actually, now I'm starting to realize I clicked the Pokemon menu a little bit too much. But anyway, I have to click U-turn on the switch. If they switch out, I get momentum. If they don't, then I'm getting a lot of damage. I'm doing like 80 min to Ogerpon with U-turn. So even if they do stay in, they're in range of Stealth Rock, meaning they can't come back in. But they ended up going Aloe, which I'm like, okay, that's okay with me. I believe I opt to go into maybe Quillfish or Terapagos. Wow, my memory's really, really bad. I don't really remember what I do here. I should probably go into Terapagos and gain some offensive pressure. Or, I mean, Quillfish also isn't really that bad of a play in hindsight. Wow, as you can see, this is not planned. What am I thinking about? Let's go Quillfish. I mean, I think if my memory serves me right, I go Quillfish, and I think I opt to click Spikes here. Because if they do decide to stay in, they're probably going to flip turn. And if they do switch out, then I could get a hazard up. And if they are switching out, they're probably pivoting into the Garchomp, meaning that they're probably, I'm outpacing them, meaning that I'm not really going to get any value, right? So they scald me, and I'm thinking, oh, wow, this isn't bad. I mean, I still have soft checks to drift limb, so I ended up going in for another spike, and now they have 2 layers of spikes and Stealth Rock on their side of the field, which I find to be a lot better than their spike on my side. I think the spike on my end is really annoying, but the fact that their mons are going to now start taking, I believe, 30% every time they come in is really, really huge. So they pivot into the Drifblim, which kind of surprised me a little bit. This kind of made me think, are they defog? So I ended up toxicking. I didn't really pay it much of mine because I'm like, I don't really know what this thing does. They ended up clicking Strain Sap, so I'm like, I mean, I'm just gonna get up another spike. Like, I guess like you're not defog or anything. Like you're just kind of in, and then they do reveal defog. So honestly, I remember in the battle, I was really, really happy that they revealed defog because I still have ways and free ways of getting up my hazards while also getting rid of the spike on my side of the field because I thought the spike on my side was really annoying. If I remember correctly, I think I end up clicking spikes again because I don't really know what this thing does. If they do want to air slash me or strain sap me, I don't really mind because they're going to start taking more and more from poison. But then I think this turn I realized that if I get rid of the Drifblim, they have nothing for Specs Terapagos. They have a Garchomp, an Ogerpon, a Rabombi, and an Aloe left, meaning that they're going to be taking quite a lot from a Terra Starstorm. So I believe I go for a crunch here because I start trying to respect the fact that getting rid of this is great. And I actually do a lot, but they end up strain sapping me and they're gaining back a decent amount. But the poison is actually doing a little bit less than what they gained. So I think on this turn, I expected them to stay in and sack. But in reality, I probably should have just spiked because if they do stay in and sack, they're probably going for defog, meaning that while I don't gain nothing from the turn, the one thing I do gain is Drifblim dying. And crunch is a little risky, especially if they do want to make a Garchomp play like they did. But it's all good. It happens. So I do crunch. I get a little bit of chip. And now I'm thinking to myself, I can go Whimsicott here. I don't think they poison jab me if they have it because my play was Swampert, right? So I think if anything, they're going to want to Earthquake me or maybe Dragon Move, Dragon Claw me of some sort. And they end up clicking Scale Shot, which worked out great in my favor because I got this in for free. And then now, the issue was I didn't want to Moonblast and they pivot Ogerpon because if that happens, I'm giving them a Defiant boost and I don't have a lot to deal with that, especially with how high health the ogre is. So I actually end up doing the unfortunate draft league player thing and bringing in a mon and clicking U-turn, which I actually don't really like. I hate making plays like that. But I think clicking switcheroo was a little bit risky, and they end up staying in, which this is why I said like I hate making plays like that. But I really didn't want to moonblast, and if the ogre came in on an aggressive, I didn't want to give it a free defiance. So they stay in. I go Swampert because I realize, I mean, Swampert is kind of not useless here, but it was meant for Chi-Yu and it didn't show up. So, I mean, what can you really do? But this thing is getting chipped down by poison. I opt to get my rocks up because they're going to die this turn anyway, and I don't really need the Swampert for much. I mean, for a Rabombi, it could be nice, but taking damage on Swampert for rocks I found was really, really valuable here. So it is what it is, but Garchomp ends up dying to Quillfish, which is great. And now, I believe on this turn, they end up going Drifblim instead of going Ogerpon. And I was thinking, well, if they defog, that's okay. If they Strength Sap, then I can get Flip Turn Momentum, and then I can pivot into my Dragapult, and that's where my sub DD opportunity is. But other than that, I mean, they do end up defogging, and I actually kill them with Flip Turn. And they were Aftermath, meaning that they were really, really bulky. But I end up getting rid of them, and this actually ends up being a little bit of a problem. I think there I probably should have clicked Ice Beam because now they're getting momentum. But the fun thing about Terapagos is they defogged, meaning that they got rid of the hazards on my side of the field, meaning that my non-boots Terapagos gets to keep its Terra Shell, and now I could throw off a Specs Terra Star Storm that literally kills any bond they have left. Right? Or 2 it kills Aloe. So end up clicking it, no drawback click. They didn't reveal U-turn turn 1, meaning that they might be like a web sash variant or something along those lines, and they didn't want to get webs up in case I was spin, which I think is valid. But they lower my special attack, which I found to be really, really annoying because now I don't net the KO. But it is what it is. It happens. All I know is like Terapagos at this point is still netting a lot of damage on something. And I pretty much trade like 53-54% of my Terapagos for a Bombi, which I end up seeing as worth. So there goes that. Now they have Ogerpon and Aloe left. And I believe, if I remember correctly, they go into their Ogerpon. And now I'm kind of in a situation where I have to sack them on. I think in this point of the game, I was thinking, like, I don't really care about a 6-0, which, granted, like I said, like 2 games ago, I'm clinched. So it doesn't really matter what kind of happens. I'm actually, well, yeah, I thought I would go Quillfish, but I actually just remembered I'm Intimidate and not Poison Point. So giving them a Defiant is not cute. But they rock to me, they lower my speed. It doesn't really matter because I'm Choice Scarf. So I end up trying to go for a Switcheroo, I believe. And the reason why I go for a Switcheroo is because if they stay in and I give them a Choice Scarf, I always win the game, right? And if they switch into Aloe, then I'm switcherooing whatever item they have for a Choice Scarf, which means I'm still in a great spot regardless. But they pivot into Aloe, and they were actually AV. And I remember the game being like, oh my god, please don't be AV. And they were AV, which is so annoying. But anyway, I get the AV from them. It is what it is. I end up clicking U-turn because, once again, I don't want to give that Ogerpon a free Defiant boost. That would be no bueno. And I end up going Quillfish. This is the part where I was like, yeah, I kind of don't really care about a 6-0. And the reason why I go Quillfish is because I don't want to give them a free flip turn. If I give them a free flip turn, then they get offensive positioning, and that's not great. But they end up locking into Play Rough, which is actually really annoying. I wanted them to lock into Scald or something a little bit more like passive, because if they did, that's my Dragapult sub DD opportunity, and I just always win. But I think in this situation, I debated going Dragapult, but I think even at the -1 attack that I gave it with Intimidate, I took too much damage. So I opted to go Terapagos and just click Terra Star Storm, because I kill this thing. If they're Fizz Def, if they're Spit Def, then I'm still going to be doing a lot, and Play Rough is not doing a lot to me. So I found it as a no drawback. They don't have a switch in, and I actually end up killing the Aloe, which kind of shocked me, meaning that they were like Fizz Def AV, which isn't a bad set at all, quite frankly. But I saw AV, I was thinking Spit Def. But in any case, they go Ogerpon, and this is one of the times where I start not throwing, but being a little dumb. I'm thinking to myself, I can probably save Diff, and I could get a 4-0 win by just going into Whimsicott, and from there, clicking Endeavor, and then going into my Tornadus and just winning. But instead, I think to myself, well, let's go for a 5-0 instead of a 4-0. And I now decide to switch into my Tornadus because I know that I'm not getting 2-hit KO'd by Ivy Cudgel into Rock Tomb, because even though I don't really have a lot of bulk on my Torn, not very effective into super effective, I'm living the head. So I decided to go into Torn T. They Ivy Cudgel me, and then they crit me again. Yeah, they crit me again. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, at this point, I thought they were like choiced, which I'm being dumb. And now I'm trying to decide what move I want to lock into. And they click Rock Tomb and they just kill me because I'm a dummy. But, you know, now I'm like, well, dang. Like, now instead of having a 4-0, now I have to have a 3-0 win. But you know what? It is what it is. This game is pretty much over. I go into Whimsicott and I click Endeavor to lower them down to 16 HP because Endeavor is an attack. That's why it takes so long here, because I'm like, is Endeavor an attack? And it is. Thank God. So go into Whimsicott, click Endeavor, lower it down to 16 HP, and then poke and clean up. This was a relatively offensive game. Terapagos really did it. I kind of brought Specs as like I kind of really wasn't thinking that Specs Terapagos is good. I've brought it, don't get me wrong, but I wasn't really thinking that wasn't the first set I thought of this game, and it actually did a lot, like a lot more than I expected. Also, Whimsicott did a lot more than I expected. If you notice, like every mon that like I didn't really bring, like the coughing week 5, and then the Whimsicott I've kind of had like nicknames for it, and I usually don't. Blah, blah, blah. Anyways, yeah. So that's week 8. Very loosely hands-off video analysis of the game, but I wanted to just get this out here. I wanted you guys to see the video. It was a very offensive game. Like, I think the raw VOD was like 25 minutes. Like, it was very quick. Terapagos kind of just claimed lives and really did its thing. So, yeah. With that being said, I play Who week 9. I don't know if they're going to forfeit because of them being in DPL and Spring Seasonal. I'm also playing in the Spring Seasonal, so I know how serious that is. And they're clinched out of playoffs while I'm clinched in playoffs. So they may forfeit against me. Honestly, I would do the same thing if I was them. So I don't know if my next video is going to be round 1 of playoffs or against who. If it's against who, I'm going to be B-teaming as usual. But if it's playoffs, obviously we're going to start picking it up, taking things more serious. So, but yeah, that's going to be week 8. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys later for week 9 or round 1 of playoffs. See you guys later. Quarterfinals of the LGA is upon us, and what better opponent to play other than the person that we played at the very beginning of our season. We are playing against TJP in the quarterfinals of the Lake Guardian Association, and I am feeling a little bit nervous. I'm feeling a little nervous because I don't like rematches against people that I've played, especially people that I have won against. And if you notice, they made a transaction. They achieved Orthworm over Electros, but other than that, their team remains the same. This is the team I brought into them week 1. I realized that they didn't really have a lot of Dragapult answers, so I was trying to go for a Dragapult win condition by just clicking Darts or Phantom Force. But in the end, I actually used, I want to say, my Tornadus T as a defensive win condition. Into the weakened bundle from rocks, as well as other things that kind of occurred, but in the end, Bandit Pull didn't really do a lot. I had bulky Terapagos, but the bulky Terapagos, it did what I wanted it to do, but looking back at it now, I think that wasn't really a great way to use Terapagos. But a lot of this is just showing me how I prepped at the very beginning of the season and how adjusting to a team can really, really help you and benefit you. With that, here is my quarterfinal team against TJP. So instead of going Choice Band Dragapult, I decided to actually potentially go for a Dragapult in-game like I did last time. But I kind of like the idea of switching up moves. I have Darts, Phantom Force, same 3 attacks, but I have Thunderbolt to cover for a Dondozo. And also, I just like the complete idea of not being locked into Phantom Force and having that special attacking pressure to help against Dondozo and other things that they may have. I think the Terapagos set that I brought in the beginning was fine, but I think Terapagos is a great mon to use and a great slap on win condition. I have Ironhead just to cover for the Cryogonaut, because Terra Starstorm is not netting the 2 AKO, and they can recover spam on me and stall out my Terra Starstorms, which isn't really ideal. I do have Flamethrower, but they can get aggressive, and Flamethrower isn't really, I don't think, a good middle ground play into me. I still have like maybe Utility Torn, but instead of full going on like full helmet for the Rillaboom, they were banded last time. I actually don't expect them to be banded this time, considering helmet and how much, or how little rather, damage they did to my Tornadus. So I'm more of an offensive variant with speed, but I still have knockoff utility and momentum. I decided to transfer rocks over to Metagross. I think Metagross is a great bring here. I actually don't really expect them to be specs bundle this time. They were specs last time and it didn't really net them a lot, and I think because of how much pressure Polt put onto their team, I'm fully expecting Scarf. They could maybe be Booster, but I'm fully expecting Scarf Polt here. Not Scarf Polt, sorry. I'm fully expecting Scarf Bundle here. And because I'm fully expecting Scarf Bundle, I don't really think I need the Assault Vest on Metagross, and I can free that up and get rocks up using that mon. Speaking of Assault Vest, I think Swampert is great in soft checking Iron Crown. I think Metagross had a tough time being able to deal with Iron Crown and Bundle at the same time. So separating those roles, letting Swampert help out with that is nice. I am pretty offensive Swampert this week. I like its dual stab plus Ice Beam. The only problem is maybe Rillaboom. They do have a Jolteon, so I also kind of like the idea of bringing my Swampert so that I can deal with it and not give it free Volt switches, force them to Baton Pass, getting them no damage, or forcing them to click a move. Finally, I have Scarf Terrakion. I did bring Bandit last time, and while Bandit really did break really well, I kind of like the idea of Scarf. I kind of like that extra speed control option, and also to potentially catch a non-Scarf bundle, even though I really expect them to be Scarf bundle this time, just in case they aren't. Or they're maybe like Booster and they proc it at the beginning and I show something later on. I would like something to outpace it, and also something to outpace Jolteon as well and be aggressive against. So that's going to be the team. Because it's playoffs, my team builder portions are going to be just a little bit longer, but that will make the games ever so sweet. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for sticking by and manifesting we can win this quarterfinal game and make it to semifinals. Hey guys, what's up? I'm here fighting TJP in the round 1 of playoffs for the LGA. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I haven't played a draft game in what feels like for freaking ever, and Wi-Fi is here. And you know, like I said, it feels like I haven't played a Wi-Fi game in a hot minute. They have no Pheasantipity again, meaning that their Dragon Resist is an Earthworm. I don't want to... They have no Crown either, so my AV is kind of useless on Swampert, which is a little annoying. So part of me wants to lead Metagross. If they lead Earthworm, then that's not really great. I can... My Wincon is Polt. I could lead Torn, but... I didn't come up with a dedicated lead. Well, I made sure to do that in other games. Metagross is not a great lead here, but I think it's the best thing I have. If they do get up hazards with Earthworm, then that's fine with me. Considering I have boots on 2 of the most important boots mons. I was actually gonna go like mono boots, but you know, I expected Pheasantipity, and no Fez really surprises me, but that's okay. Good luck, have fun to TJP. Like I said, I haven't played a draft game in what feels like forever, and you know, so they do lead Rillaboom into my Metagross lead. I think they might go for a U-turn. If I am on the back foot early, then it is what it is. I kind of want to make the Swampert play, to be honest, because you should never Wood Hammer. You should never Grassy Glide. If they do U-turn, then I'm actually not in a bad spot at all. So So, you know what? I am going to go Swampert. They should never grass move in front of me. That would be dumb. I have a Tornadus that can come in. And I think knockoff is a very free play from them. So, let's go Swampert. They do knockoff. Yep. 278. Let me down to 278. Are you banded? 278. That's 31%. Little boom. You are not banded. Your max attack though. So I'm actually gonna make the double into Tornadus. They might go Earthworm here. Subway, that seems to be Earthworm. Yep, it is. They might be Choice, they might be Scarf. They could be a few things. My item on Swampert is not really important considering they didn't bring Crown. Alright, Heat Wave, cool. I did a lot. That's good. They go for Rock too. And that's gonna bounce. Nice. This is great. Knock off. I knock off your boots. Okay. I can just go right into my Metagross. I think Cryogonal lost knockoff. Yeah. So I can get my rocks up here. I could also make a double. What do I gain more off of? Them doubling? Them going Earthworm and maybe getting rocks up? I actually don't really... What do I lose from going... They could go Dondozo. What covers both options? Let's go Swampert. I'm gonna double into Swampert here. I feel like they could go Dondozo. They could go Earthworm, yeah. And if they do go Earthworm, then it's not really the worst thing in the world. Because Swampert also covered for the Dondozo as well. They get rocks up, that's okay. I am boots on the things that matter. It's good chip. They body press here, okay. And Swampert is going to become Kelp, so that's dope. Now, Dondozo could be a problem. I'm not gonna lie, I did not bring any taunt or anything along those lines. But I kind of need to keep this thing around specifically for Jolteon. Because if they U-turn, then it's not the worst thing in the world. I have a Metagross and I can get rocks up. So, not really bad. They do U-turn. That's okay. If they go Cryogonal, I can go Metagross for literally free. I can even stay in on an aggressive if I really want to. Who is that? What is that bundle? That's Jolteon. Okay. And they're Flame Orb. Okay. Okay, so they're probably specs on the... Yeah, they're probably specs on the bundle, meaning that they're not Scarf. I was anticipating Scarf, but considering they're Flame Orb here, they're probably Scarf. They can't Volt Switch. They have 2 Alluring. That doesn't really do a lot of damage to me, and I am getting recovery. I can Earth Power here for relatively free. I can also Ice Beam. I can also Surf. I think Surf is my best play because it covers for Cryogonal coming in. I mean, Ice Beam. Ice Beam covers for Rillaboom. I'm also getting still good chip on this. If they go Dondozo, I can Earth Power. The only thing that it doesn't cover is if Cryogonal comes in, and if Cryogonal comes in, I can go Metagross and get my rocks up. So, I'm gonna Ice Beam here. Ice Beam can cover for a Rillaboom. If they do decide to go into, like, Cryogonal, then, like, it's okay. Like, I can go into Metagross and claim a free rocks. That's fine. So, let's go Metagross. I will have to check bundle offensively, which is really annoying. But if they're Scarf, it is a lot easier to deal with. So, they do Free Shy. They do Jack All. They're gonna see that I'm leftovers, but that's okay. I can get my rocks up here, and I want to ASAP. The faster I get rocks up, the faster the bundle is going to take chip, the faster I realize their items if they are boots, and the more intel I get. LOL boost. That is probably Dondozo. It is. Rocks go up. Now, I kind of have to figure out a way to navigate this. Knock off whatever item you are. They are helmet. Okay. If they're cursed, then they're cursed. They are earthquake. Okay. That did damage, but honestly, it did less than I thought. It's back up to speed. You go for avalanche. Okay. Okay, nice. I was going to U-turn and then use that additional 60 seconds to think, but them switching out actually works out really well for me. Really, really well for me. So, I'll take this. And they were boots, so now I can go into Dragapult and click darts and claim a KO. Okay. They're gonna, I think, realize I'm not banded. And Crocodile's dead, so their spinner is dead. That's great. The Rillaboom. Okay. They have a Dozo, a Jolteon, and a bundle. Like, Torn is, like, expendable. Because between those, like, between bundle and Jolteon, like, Torn is not going to have a great time. So I'm just going to go Torn. I'm going to make the obvious play. If they U-turn, then good old them. They knock off. Okay, that's good. I'll take that. I could have U-turned as well, but I definitely want the damage on Jolteon. So, yeah. Yep, Heat Wave. That's really good damage, honestly. Now, they might try and just Alluring Voice. So, I mean, Rillaboom Glide is really annoying. So I'm not really in a position where I can risk. Am I in a position where I can make a play? I mean, if I lose Torn, then Rillaboom becomes more annoying. But, like, they're not banded. So, like, it low-key really isn't that annoying. They're probably, like, AV. I can risk an Alluring Voice. I'm a Heat Wave here. They Thunderbolt. Good play. Okay. That's fine. I should have went Swampert, but like if they Alluring Voice, then I don't really gain anything out of it. Yeah, I think I want to Ice Beam here. Again. Because if they Ice Beam into... How much is Ice Beam doing to Jolteon? He's doing 30%, so it's not enough. If I Earth Power into Rillaboom, that's not great, because I have to pick a sack. Right, so I think I'm in a position where I have to Ice Beam. I can't really... I need the chip on Rillaboom. And if they stay in with Jolteon, then they stay in with Jolteon. But I think they're going to go Rillaboom. A safer play is Dozo. Because Dozo, like, covers for my prediction. Yep, Ice Beam there. I crit them. Do I freeze them? No, I don't freeze them. Okay. I'm just gonna Earth Power. If they double, then I'm getting recovery. That did so much. I crit them twice. And Spadef dropped them. Nice. And now I can surf for free. And this should act. Perfect. Dondozo's dead. So they now have Rillaboom, Jolteon, and Bundle left. Don't really think the Bundle is Scarf, because if it was Scarf, I think they would have brought it. I mean, they could have hit it with Jolteon, but I really think this like Bundle is like maybe booster energy, maybe, in case they feel like obligated to, you know. And I can go into my Terrakion. I should always live an Alluring Voice. Even crit Alluring Voice, I live. Yep. Nice. They should go Rillaboom and Glide. They don't really lose a lot from doing so. If they do decide to do that, it depends on how low their... I think their boost. I think their booster energy. I think their booster energy bundle, judging by how they're playing it. It took rocks. It's not booster. Okay, so wait, are you Scarf? I might take this to just confirm if you're Scarf or not. So I'm going to close combat here. They're not Scarf. Oh, okay. So I just win. Oh, neat. I had a feeling. I'm like, well, wait. Like, if they were Scarf, they would have brought it in on Dragapult because that makes sense. Win the game at this point. Oh, okay. They might not have Glide. Okay. Dope. Maybe? Hey? No Glide? High horsepower. Are you Scarf on this? I'm so confused. Wait. I'm so lost. Help. Send help. Okay, I'm gonna go into my Terapagos because I want my Terapagos to get the last kill. And that, my friends, is going to be quarterfinals of the LGA. Our next opponent is going to be the one person that we lost to. The person that I forced the Whimsicott bring into. Yeah, that's going to be our next game. So they are... I mean, they have speed. I'm not sure if they're Scarf or not. But anyway, the one person I lost to is going to be our next opponent, which is very fitting. But, you know, that is going to be quarterfinals of the LGA. Hopefully we can win the whole thing. 2 wins away from winning the league. We did really well, hoping that we keep doing well. And, yeah, so, of course, thank you all for watching. And with that, I'll see you all in the semifinals.
Semifinals is upon us, and we're now playing against Asterisk, a.k.a. the only coach that we have lost to this season. Now, granted, I forced Whimsicott onto a team with a roster of Goldingo, Arcaladon, Tentacruel, Talonflame. Still, that is our first and only loss for this season. Something that I am, not particularly scared of, but I think Palmont has been on a tear for them. So that's been something I've been like a little bit concerned about. Also, just looking at Palmont on paper and looking at my team, I don't really have the greatest time. And if you watch the game, even with me forcing Whimsicott, I didn't really have the greatest time against Scarf Palmont. So, but other than that, I'm not really concerned about a lot. Wigglytuff was really annoying for Polt, and I'm hoping they don't bring it again, but they probably will. It makes a lot of sense. But I think they have like 8 or 9 mons that they want to bring, but only 6 slots. So they're going to have to leave some things. Personally, Scarf Goldingo could be really annoying. Or like a bulky like Kasib or Air Balloon plot set. That could be really annoying. Even Shuka too. And Scarf Hoopa I have to prep for and watch out for. Just like I did with quarterfinals, this is the team that I brought into Asterisk in the regular season. Like I said, I forced offensive Whimsicott to the matchup. Personally, as you'll see in the semifinal team pace, Whimsicott is not there. I don't think Whimsicott was the greatest bring, but, you know, we try. We were having fun. I brought Calm Mind, 3 attacks, Terapagos, and, like, I don't know what this Torn Team moveset is, and I don't even want to attempt to remember what it was. So that was the team that we brought in the regular season. This is the team that we're bringing into the semifinal game against Asterisk. I think Scarf Polt in-game is really, really cool, especially if I'm able to bait that Wiggly and force it to take Chip and at some point die. That frees up Polt to be a win condition. Otherwise, I like Plot Torn. Plot Taunt is shout out J Ricky. I was originally focused less over Taunt, but I think Taunt is going to be really nice here, just to allow me to set up on Wiggly. Last time there were Alluring Voice, but taunting that Wiggly, preventing it from wishing, could keep it low, and especially if they're like boots like they were last time and not like lefties or anything, they're not really getting any passive recovery, meaning that there's not really a rush for me to plot up. I still like offensive Swampert here. I just don't think I used it well. I had the dedicated lead of Coalfish in the regular season, and I just did not lead it. Yeah, that's why you need dedicated leads, everyone. But anyway, I just didn't lead my dedicated lead, and because of that, I just wasn't in a great spot immediately. So I think offensive Swampert is great. I like the Endure Custap. Shout out to J Ricky there. I was kind of a little bit. When I say I have not been there for prepping as much as I used to, You could probably tell. I'm not really, but we ball. Now I have I forget, I brought Calm Mind Terapagos into Asterisk last time. Now I'm bringing like a spinning, like 3 attacks variant. I like Bug Buzz to force a lot of damage on Hoopa or break a Tanga Berry, which they were last time. Otherwise, I like just Terra Star Storm, Earth Power for the Goldingo and the Arc, and Terra Star Storm just hits everything really, really hard. I have Kasib, Metagross. Kasib is for the Goldingos / the Sinistcha. I like Metagross here just to get rocks up. Once it gets rocks up, I want to maybe bait the Archaludon in and chip it, which is going to be great to put less pressure on Torn to hit Heat Waves, as well as bring it down into Pulse, Shadow Ball, or Hex range, whatever see fit. And then finally, Quillfish. I'm fully fizzed up this time because Palmont is, I don't know why I'm so scared of it, but I just am. And I'm Poison Jab instead of Barbarage last time because Barbarage is a trash move. Don't run Barbarage. Just run Poison Jab Toxic if you can. Actually, wait, no. If you're going to run Barbarage, run Toxic Barbarage. Otherwise, just run Poison Jab. The 50-50 is not worth it. I promise. Or my luck might just be bad. But anyway, I like Spikes here. They do have a spinner in Tentacruel, but I think they're going to respect the aggro Polt pivot. I think they did last time, or they might have. I think they were offensive Tentacruel, but in any case, I think they're going to respect the Polt pivot so I can keep my hazards up. Hopefully, we can get hazards up as early as possible, and then from there, just play the log game. Like I said, once the Wiggly goes down, if they have it, then Polt kind of just clicks Shadow Ball and kind of just wins the game for me. So with that, that is going to be our prep. And hopefully we can get this semifinals win. Oh my goodness. I feel like in Wi-Fi I've been on a tear recently. And, another league win would be really, really cool. So yeah, enough of me yapping. Here's the semifinal game against Asterisk.
Hey guys, so here I am with semifinals of the LGA. Today we are playing Asterisk. My one and only loss so far playing this game. They have a Gliscor this time. They don't have Goldingo. Still no Goldingo. And then I think they brought no Sinistcha either. Instead of Sinistcha, there's the what do we call this? There's a Gliscor on my screen. There's no Goldingo, which really surprises me. But it happens. And what that tells me is they don't really have a ground / water resist, which is going to be really, really great to identify. Anyway, with that being said, my computer is having a moment. I'm going to lead my dedicated lead being Quillfish, Hoopa, Unbound, and Archaludon. Okay. I'm going to leave my dedicated lead being my Quillfish. I'm going to say good luck, have fun to my opponent. Semifinals, very, very high stakes game. I also have not been, obviously this is all in a movie format, but I have had so many things going on in my life lately that I have not truly been prepared and haven't really been playing. Okay, Hoopa Unbound into the Quillfish lead. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is exactly what I want. I am going to just click spikes. I think getting a spike up is in my best interest. I don't think I lose a lot from doing so, and I'm just going to do it. They switch out hard immediately, which is great. I'm assuming an Archaludon is going to come in. Archaludon comes in, yes, and I get a spike up. Now, I have spikes on the field. They might try and get rocks up themselves. My Metagross is kind of, I don't want to say useless here, but I definitely have other ways to bait in that Wigglytuff, like Tornadus and taunting it and weakening it down, hazards, as well as Terapagos. So I think they could Earthquake me. That is definitely very possible. But at the same time, they could also just get their rocks up, and I think that's really, really, really in my best interest because I want to chip this thing down. That is mainly where I'm at right now. And Metagross isn't really important into a lot of things. I mean, Gliscor is Gliscor, and it's really only important to Wigglytuff, and I have a Quillfish that's there for that. So I'm actually just going to go hard Metagross. It covers for if they want a Draco on like a Swampert pivot. I think Earthquake is, I mean, it's an okay play from them, but I really think, yeah, they are just going to click Draco. I think that's really what they're bring me down to 201, which is actually a lot of damage. Metagross. They bring me down to 201. They did 45%. Are they like specs? They're specs. Yeah, they're choice specs. So this tells me that I can get my rocks up here ASAP. They are specs Arcalodon. They click Draco again and they miss. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to get my rocks up. Now I have rocks and spikes up, which is great. They don't really have a great... I mean, they have a Gliscor that can come in on this all day, but I'm not going to really make a prediction like that. So I'm just going to Earthquake here. If they want to Draco again, they can Draco again. If they want to go hard into Gliscor, then I'm okay with that too. That doesn't really entirely bug me. Because if they do decide... So they're Dracoing again. That's fine with me. I don't really mind that at all. And I can click Earthquake here and do half, which is huge. That's huge damage. And I'm just going to Earthquake again. I mean, if they... Like I keep saying, if they want to go Gliscor, they can. I have a pivot into that being Swampert. And considering the circumstances, they don't really have a good Swampert pivot into me. So they do go Gliscor. That's okay. That's fine with me. I guess I could have gotten aggressive and clicked Psychic Fangs, but I mean, that's I'm not really too pressed about that. I am just going, like I said, I am just going to go hard into my Swampert. I'm not going to think about this play. I think this play always deserves to be made. Arcaludon is choice specs. And we are locked into Draco Meteor. They go for U-turn, so they're U-turn. Okay, and they bring me down to 345. 345. So they did 14%. Are they bulky? They have U-turn. Okay. 14%. They are bulky. Okay. Bulky. They have U-turn. Now, if I were to guess, potentially maybe the Hoopa Unbound comes in here. But if the Hoopa Unbound comes in, they are taking chip, which is fine. Tentacruel, if the Tentacruel comes in, then they're trading. Okay, so they do go into the Arcalodon. I'm just going to sack my Metagross. My Metagross, it got rocks up here. It's not really entirely necessary here. I'm just going to make that play. I don't think it's worth chipping down my Swampert for them potentially just clicking Draco Meteor. They do just Draco, and that is going to kill me. That's okay. And yeah, so now Metagross is down. That's all good with me. They are going to switch out. Okay, so they are going to swap. They might go into the Tentacruel Eternity. I think that's the Tentacruel. Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm going to just click Nasty Plot in their face. If they spin on me, then they spin on me. They might try and respect it, maybe clicking Ice Beam or something. They do click Ice Beam. They did 177. Okay, that did no damage to me. That did 41. I'm just going to click Bleak Wind and claim my potential maybe 2-hit KO. Yeah, that's a 2-hit KO. That's great. I'll take that. I lower their speed, so they're not Clear Body, they're Liquid Ooze, and they click Flip Turn. Okay, perfect. So they don't spin, which is huge. And they're at like 25%. Flip Turn and Ice Beam. They go into the Hoopa Unbound. They get hurt by Spike. They get hurt by Rocks. And I'm just going to switch into Quillfish. I'm not going to think about this. If they double into Gliscor, then that's okay. I would then realize that they're not Scarf. So, yeah. I'm just going to go Quillfish. Intimidate drop. They go for knockoff, which is going to do Jack Diddly Squat. And I think I'm in a situation where I can click Crunch or I can make a double. What do I want to do? Do I want to Crunch or do I want to make a double? I think Spike, getting up a second layer of Spikes is not necessary. So I think I might I could crunch to cover the Gliscor, or I can go Swampert on it instead. To cover the Gliscor, I could just go Swampert here, but they could be Grass Knot, and I could lose a fair bit for making this play. If they stay in, what would they click? Like Focus Blast or Drain Punch, but they're -1. They're not going to really be doing anything to me. I'm going to go Swampert. I think they're going to switch. I think they're going to go into their Gliscor. They do decide to go into their Gliscor, so I do get this double correct. And now I can click a free Liquidation. So that is perfectly fine by me. All right. I'm going to click Liquidation. No reason for me not to. They click Protect. That's fine. I don't mind that. And I'm actually just going to click Liquidation again. They're at full. I'm just going to Liquidation one more time. I think they're forced to make a sack here. I think Archaludon is in range of a Swampert. So yeah, they are going to U-turn. Archaludon will be in range of a Liquidation from my Swampert. If they are offensive. Like, no bulk. Actually, no. If they're max HP, they're in range too. So that works out for me as well. This thing is dead. Oh, they're boots. Okay. Well, they're dead. So Tentacruel's dead. Nice. There goes Tentacruel. That's their spinner. Their spinner is gone. Now they probably go Hoopa here. No, they go Archaludon. Okay. So they want to just drop a Draco. I don't really have a great switch into this mon, if I'm being completely honest. So I think, unfortunately, I could go into Terapagos, but that's just enabling Palmont a little bit. But I can pivot Quillfish on Palmont. That's fine. But they're weakening me even more than they already are. So I'm at 289. Am I not living a Specs hit? No. Draco is nuking me. Is it worth saving this mon? How am I pressuring Gliscor? Not really. I'm not really punishing the Gliscor switch. I could just go Terapagos. But Terapagos is taking half. I think I sacked this mon, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm just gonna sack this. I don't really have. Yeah, I have to sack that mon. Now Palmont's kind of free to click like Double Shock, and if there's Scarf, I can identify that. But with the hazards that are up, I can make that adjustment. I'm going to go Tornadus on this play. That is going to enable the Palmont to come in. And I'm just going to click Heat Wave. I do not have a switch in to Specs Archaludon. That was a great bring by them. But the good thing is hazards are going to be up to stay. And I do land the Heat Wave, which is nice. And Archaludon is dead. So that is a dead Archaludon. It's wonderful. And it is what it is. Wait, I could have endured. Oh, wait, I'm actually really slow. So I misplayed there. I think I'm endure on the Swampert. I could have endured and then guarantee got a hit. That was actually really stupid of me. I can't lie. But spikes into rocks, that's okay. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to they have Wiggly, Palmont, Gliscor, Hoopa. So they're putting themselves more and more into Shadow Ball range. I'm going to go into Quillfish here, and I'm actually just going to get up more hazards. Because how low do I need the Palmont for Shadow Ball to just clean? How low do I need it? Shadow Ball. I need all 3 layers of spikes. They Hyperspace Fury. That should do nothing. Honestly, I could crunch. I could also double into Torn. I mean, but if they go Gliscor, do I like care? And they U-turn, do I like care? I could get up another spike. Let's get up another spike here. I think if anything, they could go Gliscor, but I've also like doubled and calling their Gliscor play. I should have endured. I really misplayed that. I could have endured. I could have saved them on, and then I could have sacked. And then because I sacked, well, I mean, I still got the Archaludon kill anyway, so I guess in reality it doesn't really matter. They do Hyperspace Fury again, okay? They're not really doing anything to me, and they're lowering their defense in the process. So I'm going to spike here. And then I'm going to spike again. They can Hyperspace Fury again if they want. That's fine. But they don't have any hazard removal anymore. So they can also go into Gliscor if they want. I don't really mind that either. Because, I mean, you know. And now, honestly, their U-turn Protect. They have to have something to hit Torn, right? Can I not just go into my Torn? I'm going to go into my Torn. I want to see what they have for Torn. They have U-turn and Protect. Now they have... I have 3 layers of spikes and Rock Salt. They might U-turn. They do U-turn. I think they're like Scarf. I think they might be Scarfle and Hoopa this time. I'm manifesting that they go Wigglytuff. I want them to go Wiggly so that I can chip that down, but they're saving it in the back, meaning that I might have to switch win conditions, or I have to force it in. I'm definitely gonna have to taunt it. I'm gonna have to taunt the Wiggly and plot on it. I don't really have another play. They go into this again. Okay, they take all the spikes. They take rocks. And do I live a Choice Scarf Hyperspace Fury? It is a roll in their favor to kill me. I think I'm gonna go into my Quillfish. I don't think that's a risk that is worth me taking. The Palmont is in range with the hazards up, which is good. They do Hyperspace Fury me. Okay. I'm just gonna claim my kill because there's no point in not. So I'm just gonna crunch. Crunch is the better play, just in case they want to like save this as a sack, I guess. Now I can crunch. Now the Hoop is dead. I really think that was their Scarfer. So now they have Wiggly, Gliscor, and Palmont left. Honestly, Terapagos is looking like a great win condition now, too. If they do decide to go into the Palmont now, which they do, I'm literally just going to click Poison Jab. They can claim their kill if they want. I'm just going to click Poison Jab. They go for Agility. Okay. So I still have my Terra Shell intact. Good. And that's fine. I'm just going to Poison Jab and claim that. They CC, that's okay. Okay. What are they, Life Orb? Are they like, what are they, Life Orb? Or Agility? No, they're not Life Orb. Okay, well, I'm going to go Terapagos here. I'm just going to click Terra Starstorm. The Palmont is going to die if they switch out because of the hazards. So I'm just going to Terra Starstorm. They have to break my Terra Shell. Kept that intact. That did a decent bit. And I can Terra Starstorm, claim the Palmont. Now, I think my win condition here is actually going to be Tornadus. Only because they kept the Wigglytuff in the back for so freaking long. And they might try and pull like another Perish song shenanigan. They could also be like Calm Mind too. They frisk me. Okay. Can I go Torn and taunt them? I think going Torn and clicking Taunt is in my best interest. If they are like a Calm Mind variant, I don't want them to set up to 1,000,000. That would be great. They're also boots. They are Perish Song again. Okay. Well, they have to switch out or they will die. So they're probably the same set as last time. I'm just going to go back into my Terapagos. That's fine with me. I can actually taunt them the next time that this interaction occurs. They're going to wish. Okay. So I could just rapid spin. So I outpace like all forms of Gliscor. They Perish Song again. Okay. I mean, like, I don't mind. Their wish comes true. They're down to 1 left. So now they have to swap. Click Terra Starstorm. I do so much damage. I think they're going to try and protect. Meaning I can go into my Dragapult and just click U-turn. And if they, like, stay in, just because the Wiggly's still alive, Pult's never going to be the end game. So, because they're still alive, I think I have to just click U-turn. Like, I'm forced to. They U-turn themselves. Okay, that's cool. So their Perish Song Wish. That's all I know. Meaning that they're probably not Calm Mind. They frisk me. They find my Choice Scarf. I feel inclined to click U-turn because I'm forced to. I have to click U-turn. I don't have any other play. They know I'm Scarf now, but like that's not really important. I do a little bit of damage. It is what it is. I can go into Torn. Hopefully they don't Perish Song. They Alluring Voice. Okay, that's not going to do, like, anything. Yeah, exactly. I can taunt here. I can taunt and then click Bleakwind. Yeah, I'm going to taunt them. Yep. They can't use Wish. Perfect. I'm going to click Bleakwind. I missed the Bleakwind. Awesome. I love this Mon. This Mon is great. How many turns are they taunted for? 1 more turn. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. Am I in range of an Alluring Voice? I am not in range of an Alluring Voice, no. But I don't really gain anything, right? Because they can Alluring Voice me, and then they can, you know. So I'm going to go into Terapagos here. I need to figure out a way to break this Mon. And, like, I think they have to keep Gliscor in the back. So it's essentially a 3v1. Okay, they switch out. Okay, cool. That's fine with me. And I'm going to click Terra Starstorm. They should probably always protect here. How much am I doing to Spadef Wigglytuff? I'm actually 2 KOing him now. So Terapagos might just be able to clean this up, like just alone. Because of the chip that I got, I should have went for Heat Wave instead. Because of the chip that I got on Wiggly, I can kind of just clean up with just Terapagos alone. Unless they try and go for Wish, which I don't think they're Protect. They're Parasong, Wish, and Alluring Voice. Last time, I don't think they were Protect. Last time they were... No, last time they were Protect. Yeah, they were. So they might reveal that. And if they do, then we'll get there when we get there. But right now, I'm just clicking Terra Starstorm. Okay, they just... Okay. Nice. So now it literally depends on... Are they Protect? They probably are. I think they are. I think they are. I may need to start spamming Earth Power to lower their, like, SPDEF. Because really it is now just a 1v3. They Wish here. Okay. So they might try and Alluring Voice me. I definitely want to... I want to taunt here. I'm going to taunt. Then I'm going to go hard into Terapagos. Click Terra Starstorm twice. They do Alluring Voice. Okay, that's cool. They heal. That's fine. They are taunted. So now they have to spam Alluring Voice. So now I can go into my Terapagos. I can click Terra Starstorm twice. And if they are Wish Protect, I just taunt again. And I just win that way. Yeah, that doesn't really do anything to me. I'm going to Terra Starstorm here. They are taunted, so they can't click anything but Alluring Voice. I 2-hit KO. Oh, neat. Okay, nice. They shook off their taunt. They could get, I guess, a triple Protect here. If they are Protect. If they are Protect, they're gonna go for it here. But I don't want to Rapid Spin and confuse myself. So I'm just gonna Terra Starstorm. They are Protect. Okay, so they need a triple Protect. Okay. No, those odds are really low. But even then, I can just spam Earth Power at this point. They're gonna go for the double. Because I think you always go for the double here. And knowing my luck, they're probably gonna get the double. And then... they have to also go for the triple Protect. Yep, there's the double. Call it that. All right. And now they need a triple Protect. That Terra Starstorm did so much more than I thought, meaning that they are probably, if they were at 100 and they're now at 35, I did 65 to them, meaning that they have some investment. They are not in range of Earth Power. So I have to Terra Starstorm here. And they need to get the triple Protect. If they get the triple Protect, then that's going to make things a little bit more complicated. Because I can't really Earth Power and cover for the triple Protect. I have to just... this is an RNG game. I have to hope that they don't get it. Which I think it's like a 10%. Considering they got the double. They don't get the triple Protect. And we are going to walk away and get into finals, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in finals of the LGA. GG's to Asterisk. Very much a, I think, hacksless game. They did technically miss a Draco. But other than that, technically, I don't think there was any other RNG. Very clean, hacksless game. 3-0 victory. And with that, guys, we are going to be moving into the finals. So stay tuned within the next 2 seconds and enjoy. Here we are, guys. Finals of the LGA. We have another rematch. Oh my goodness. You know, I don't like rematches in playoffs, especially when you win them, because it feels like you have to find a whole new way to come up with a game plan to win a game. And what better way to have to come up with a new game plan than going against a Chiyu. Chiyu is nuts. It is bananas. It's not the most broken thing in draft, but it's daggone short, really, really annoying. And if you look at my team, it's really annoying against my team too. Now, I mentioned not liking rematches, and I mentioned that because Luis, like my entire playoff run, is a rematch. Now, I did B team against Luis. I will go over my B team, I believe, like in a little bit. But I did B team against him. I think he B team against me also. That was a really fun game. However, new matchup, same matchup, new mindset, different mindset. And also on top of that, I have not been playing draft like that. I think I mentioned that in my semifinals game or even in my quarterfinals game. I've had a lot of things going on recently, and I haven't just had the time and the space to devote any attention or a lot of attention to draft. So I'm going through this whole playoff run really, really nervous because with how I felt I prepared this team for other finals, I've done a lot more. I've mocked a lot more. I've had different versions of teams a lot more. I've put in a lot more effort, and I'm just really, really nervous that because of my lack of that, I'm gonna come short in an 8-1 almost perfect season, JV season, if you will. Shout out JV. But anyway, looking at the matchup alone, the regen core is really annoying. Chi Yu Chomp is really annoying. Uh, they brought Kamala into me last time as like an attempt to deal with Terapagos. It could maybe be possible to like spin and be a little annoying, as I think they've realized I'm more of a hazard setter kind of guy, and hazard, like, you know, what do they call that? A hazard stacker, if you will. But I think they've realized that. They brought Drifloom into me and didn't really do a lot. I'm really expecting them to, honestly, being real, I'm kind of expecting them to bench Kamala and maybe go more like a Boots route. Go like Boots Aloe, Boots Glow King. Rabombi could maybe come. It could maybe be Scarf. I don't think Webs is contributing a lot to them between Clear Body, Dragapult, and Boots Terapagos. I don't think Webs are going to really help them all that much. Registeel could come as, like I said, I brought like a Specs Terapagos as a B team, and they didn't really have a lot for that, so they could bring Registeel as a resist. It also resists Dragapult's free stab being Draco this game. But speaking of Dragapult, Shadow Ball looks really, really free outside of Kamala. But enough talking about the matchup on hand. Let's get into what I brought in the regular season. So this is what I ended up bringing in the regular season. I brought like a bulky, like Choice Specs Terapagos. I brought like a sub DD Pult that didn't even hit the field. Bandit Torn is insane work, but Scarf Whim switcheroo, that is kind of funny. And then like a Svidef Swampert for Chi-Yu. This, I mean, part of this makes sense, and part of this I'm like, what one on God's green earth is this? But in the regular game, I don't know if you guys remember. You guys, there are going to be timestamps in the description, but against Luis, I like got like 4 or 3 kills with Terapagos. I like crit Kamala turn 1, it died, and then Starstorm just like almost O-code Rabombi at -1, and it went ham. Like it came in, it claimed to kill every time. So I think they're going to be a little bit more mindful about that this time, even though, like I said, this is a B team. I wasn't trying to bring my best prep. They will probably try and be more mindful about the whole situation in terms of Terapagos. I remember in the game, Terapagos did a lot. Pult didn't hit the field, and Torn kind of just sat there. I didn't respect Ogerpon because I had the mindset of I'm not respecting Ogerpon. Like, I don't know what we're doing. But in the game, they ran max speed, Jolly, and it literally, like, it didn't cook me, but, like, it, like, was really annoying. And then in the game, they didn't bring Chi-Yu, which is how I really think, like, it was a B team, which freed up Swampert to deal with, like, Garchomp a little bit more. And otherwise, yeah. So that's really what the B team is. And here is the finals of the LGA. Here is the prep that we're bringing. As you could probably tell, it's a lot different. I have a Specs Dragapult, because, I mean, Kamala is a Pokemon, but, like, is Kamala really a Pokemon? They could bring it to spin, but like between Draco and Shadow Ball,
those are like my two free stabs. Like I think if they don't bring Kamala, I literally come in and just click Shadow Ball all the time. However, despite that, I am bringing like a Rock Polish 3 attacks Terapagos as kind of an attempted win condition. I'm timid, so I can outpace Scarf Rabombi if they do bring Rabombi, because if they bring Rabombi, I'm expecting Scarf here. And then I have like a bulky utility Torn because there's no better way to run Torn. Taunt so that I can taunt like their Glow King, their Aloe, prevent wishes, and like their Registeel if they bring it with rocks or T-Wave. Knockoff is also great to knock off those boots on mainly Aloe as a concern. Next, I have Swampert here. I don't think this paste is that updated, but I remember adjusting the EVs on Pert so that I can have some speed for the Aloe. Yeah, so this is the Swampert. I adjusted it to have some speed for Aloe. What I ran into, I did one mock against J Ricky, and what I ran into was I would love to knock off the Aloe, but I would have to knock it off on a switch in. And I thought to myself, I'd rather just like speed creep for it so that I could always EQ and then knock it off before it leaves, which can make it a little bit better to chip down. Then we have Banded Terrakion. The original thought was to go like Scarf Terrakion in game, but part of the problem I was running into was that Aloe kind of only wants to come in on Terrakion, and I need that chipped for like an Earthquake Scarf in game. So the fact that I can't really chip Aloe means it's never going to work. So I settled with Banded. Banded CC and Stone Edge are like going to be mainly the moves I click here. It's really free into a lot of what they have, and they are going to kind of have to 50-50 it a little bit. And then we have Quillfish. Quillfish is kind of meant to come into like Ogerpon. They brought Ogerpon last time. And also this moveset is wrong. I replaced Toxic with Ice Beam. Ice Beam so that if the Garchomp is trying to set up and there is a turn that I can't really prevent that, I can maybe get like 40% on it with Ice Beam. But yeah, so no Toxic, it's Ice Beam instead. But otherwise, yeah, that's going to be the finals team. I'm really, really, really nervous about this because, like I said, I feel super unprepared. Sequence-wise, I think my prep is always, like, pretty much okay if I put, like, an hour into it or a little bit more. But I definitely struggle in the game with sequencing and turns and evaluating what is the better, most objective play in a situation. And considering I only had one mock, and I actually lost that mock pretty bad, I just don't feel confident in my sequencing. But it's not really entirely about me. My opponent is also playing too. So it's all about adapting to the situations that are there, and hopefully I can adapt in to have a win. My main concerns are Scarf Chi-Yu. But Scarf Chi-Yu, I'll just have to get hazards up, play around. Terrakion resist both its stabs, so I just am going to need to be careful around that. But with that being said, that is going to be the finals prep. And without further ado, first, I want to thank you all for supporting. If you managed to watch all of this, I appreciate you. But without further ado, here is going to be the finals of the Lake Guardian Association No Terra Wi-Fi Season 6 Draft League. Hey me, what you want me? Ooh, let me fix that. Y'all should know me well enough, but I have my money. Bigger than up and abroad. Pay me what you want me. Hello, everyone. It is I here with finals. I am searching GLHF. Hey guys, it is I, Cherry, here with finals of the LGA. Yes, we made it. I didn't think it would be possible. No, I'm joking. Anyway, finals of the LGA. We're playing against Luis. We played them in the regular season and we won. I did B-team against him. I think he B-teamed against me. So we kind of didn't really bring our best six. Kind of like the Asterisk game, but you know it's very different because here this is finals and the Asterisk game was semifinals, and that is long gone. I'm very nervous because when I was prepping for a B team, I was also concerned about Chi-Yu.
I recently have obtained a championship using Chi-Yu, and I know how powerful that Mon really is. I'm actually really afraid of Scarf. Scarf really concerns me, but like, you know what? Whatever. We're here to play the video game. And there's no Glow King. Okay, there is the Rabombi and the Kamala again. There's no Glow King. And what else did they bring? No Glow King and no Ogerpon. No Ogerpon is huge, actually. Okay, so because there's no Ogerpon, Quillfish is practically worthless. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lead my Quillfish. They do have hazard removal, which is a little bit annoying. However, you know, we got to make do with what we have. I do kind of still want to lead my Quillfish into them. There's no Ogerpon. No Ogerpon and no Glow King. I'm going to leave my Quillfish just in case they try and leave Rabombi again. I'm kind of expecting this time for the Rabombi to be like Scarf. Swampert was my ideal dedicated lead. However, I do kind of want to get a spike up ASAP. Last time I did bring like Specs Terapagos, so I think Registeel is going to be more on the Spidef side. My win condition idea is the Terapagos, but really it's probably going to be Dragapult. Like I said, good luck, have fun to Luis. They have Chi-Yu, Garchomp, Rebombi. Okay. So I can get my spikes up here. I can also switch into Swampert immediately. I wish I led Swampert initially. That's actually really bad. They're gonna get free hazards here. Yeah, they're gonna get free rocks. But I do have. Oh, I didn't change to. Wait. This is the wrong Terapagos. What else is wrong? Nothing else. Okay. This Terapagos is wrong, but I can make it work. I can make it work. It's wrong, but I can make it work. Okay. Ooh, that's really bad. I'm gonna go into my Swampert. Oh man, the Terapagos is wrong. I mean, okay. So that's not my win condition anymore. That's fine. I'm gonna go into Swampert here. They should probably get their rocks up. They do switch. Okay. So what? Are they gonna go into their Garchomp here? That's their Kamala. Okay. I mean, can I just go hard into Terrakion? This thing does kind of get like Power Whip and things like that. I could also just go back into my Quillfish. I mean, I don't know why they would go into... I don't know why they would go into Kamala on this. Maybe just spin immediately. Kamala. Registeel. And Alola. Okay, so they are Woodhammer. Okay, I did kind of expect Woodhammer. That's kind of why I scouted. And they are leftovers. Okay, they're leftovers. I'm gonna just go for a spike. I mean, if they want to spin immediately, they can. I don't really care. I don't really mind. They have chances for Poison Point. They are gonna knock me off, okay? They still have a chance for Poison Point. I'm gonna Barbarage here. I'm gonna weaken this down so that Shadow Ball becomes more free. And I don't get a poison. Oh wait, I can't get a poison because of Comatose. Okay, so they are Wish, Knockoff, Woodhammer. What are you like? I'm gonna crunch here. What are you like? Rapid Spin is a final move? They knock me off again. Okay. I mean, like, I don't really mind. I kind of want to see what their last move is, and then we can kind of sort of just, like, stalemate from here. I think they're spin, but I kind of just want to play it and see. They're Wish again. Okay, they're wishing. I'm so confused. I got a defense drop. That's great. And they are spin. Okay, so their final move is rapid spin. Rapid spin. Nothing wrong, Terapagos. That's so annoying. They could also go Garchomp here. Tuna. That is the... Yeah, that's the Garchomp. Okay, so I am going to get some intel on this. Rough Skin. Are you Helmet? You're not Helmet. So yeah, you're offensive Garchomp. I definitely want to go into... I guess I want to go into my Terapagos, I guess, because I can't really... At least I have Earth Power, but, like... I can keep this healthy. Keep Pert healthy. Big V Scale Shot. Yeah, I'm gonna go Terapagos here. My Terapagos isn't... That's really, really annoying. My Terapagos is not the right set, but I can bait it. Oh, and I lost my calculator. Oh, it's back. Okay, so offensive. I'm gonna break my Terra Shell early because I can't go for the endgame I want. They go for Stone Edge. Okay. So they are Stone Edge this time. And their Life Orb. Okay. I'm gonna just... I could double here. Predicting a Registeel switch in. I don't think they would have Earthquake on an Ice Beam. That would be kind of weird. They wouldn't Stone Edge again, right? So the middle ground would be going into my Torn. Clicking Taunt and then clicking Knock. Yeah. I'm gonna go Torn. I'm gonna double. I'm gonna double here. Predict the Garchomp to switch out. Covering for an Ice Beam. I think they're gonna go into their Registeel here. They do. I could have made the aggressive into Terrakion, but if they wanted to stay in a click Earthquake, I felt like this was the middle ground into it. This is a bit of a weak play. I am gonna taunt here. I don't lose a lot from taunting. I can now proceed to click Knockoff. I don't lose a lot from that either. Their Mental Herb. What are you, T-Wave? T-Wave. Okay. I mean, honestly, this isn't the worst thing in the world. And now know they don't have any recovery items on their Registeel. So I think I'm going to just click U-turn. I kind of don't want to give them rocks for free, though. I'm going to U-turn here. I'm just going to U-turn. I get paralyzed. That's really annoying. They're going to get their rocks up now. Yeah. Oh, my days. Thunder Wave. So they don't have any reliable recovery. I'm going to U-turn here again. I get double parad. Okay. That's awesome. Heavy Slam. Okay. That does nothing. I'm going to U-turn again. Good. I got off the U-turn. Excellent. And now I'm just going to go into my Swampert. And I'm going to just click Earthquake because they don't really have an Earthquake switch in. They Heavy Slam again. It's going to do nothing. It's going to bounce. And I could... Actually, no. I'm going to get my rocks up here. I'm going to get my rocks up. Sushi. That is the Aloe. Okay. Rocks are up. Alright. I'm going to click Knockoff here. I have some speed on this. They might have some speed themselves. They don't. Okay, good. I knock off their lefties. Okay. They flip turn. All right. That's fine. Now they might try and go into the Kamala. Yeah. And now I could go hard Terrakion. That is a little bit aggressive. I did switch out last time. Them clicking Woodhammer, I mean, How much? They're bulky, right? So how much is Terrakion taking from, like, a wood hammer? I'm not dying at all. And I get a free close combat on something. I'm gonna go hard Terrakion. I think them clicking... I think they spin here. I think them clicking wood hammer loses them some momentum, but I can understand it. They do spin. Good. Okay. And I can click close combat for free. As their resist is a Rabombi. So let's CC. They go Aloe, like I expect. Close combat's gonna do a lot. Okay. They're probably going to flip turn here. But I do get some relatively good chip. So I think I'm going to try and go Quillfish and try and punish a potential flip turn. Maybe get a poison point on them. This Kamala's going to be really annoying to deal with. They double. Okay, into what? Into the Rabombi. Okay. Okay. So now I could get up a spike. I could also make a double myself. They could also just click Moonblast here for free and not lose much from doing so. Because I did lose my Violet. I'm gonna get a spike up here. They do U-turn. Okay. Poison point? No poison point. Game. That's Kamala again. Do a spike up. Okay. I'm gonna be so honest. I'm gonna go hard Terrakion on this again. I think I have to make this play. I'm on the back foot here, and I need to get some positioning. They should never wood hammer here. It would lose them. If they make that play, then good on them. They do spin again. Okay, good. So now I can just close combat again. The Rabombi. Is Kamala dying to a Stone Edge? They are dying to a Stone Edge. Yeah, I'm a Stone Edge here. The Aloe comes in. Stone Edge was just safer. I land it. Huge. Good damage. I think I'm going to just Stone Edge again. I could either Stone Edge again here, or covering a Garchomp, I can maybe make a double into Polt. Registeel could also come in too. So the double into Pert. I'm going to make a double into Pert here. Covering for, I don't think they flip turn here. I think they should know I'm banded. So they can go into Registeel or Garchomp, and Swampert covers both of those plays. They flip turn raw. Okay. I mean, I could have just Stone Edged again. Okay. Alrighty. This is a little annoying. That's the Rabombi. They're U-turn, so they're probably Scarf. Moonblast doesn't kill me. Energy Ball might. I'm gonna go Torn. I'm getting whittled down. Rocks can't stay up. They're making sure that they don't. They Energy Ball here. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I could Bleak Wind here. I think I have to just raw click U-turn and hope I don't get paralyzed. Because if there's Scarf, they're gonna hard switch here. And if not, I mean, yeah, I'm not in a great spot. I'm gonna be honest. I'm really not in a great spot. The Kamala is kind of just okay. So they're not Scarf. Okay, they're not Scarf. That's good. That's good information. So I need to get this U-turn off. I need to get this U-turn off. I need to get this U-turn off. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my days. Okay. Lord, I'm not in a great spot. They could scale shot here for literal free. I mean, is losing Torn the worst thing in the world? I mean, I got the knockoff. The rocks are up, so they're going to be up. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think if they scale shot here, I'm not in a great spot. I need to U-turn. I have to not get paralyzed. They miss. Okay, I get some RNG. Oh my goodness, this thing is just okay. All right. Okay. I could go Quillfish here. Quillfish is my least valuable member at this point. And then I can get the free into Dragapult and click Draco Meteor. I like that. Let's do that. Oh my goodness, that's 5 paras. I mean, I probably should have just went Swampert on the. Yeah, I probably should have just went Swampert on the Registeel. I don't know what I was doing. Like, Mental Herb was just, that was smart. Stone Edge. Okay, cool. I can now go into my. Dragapult. And I can now just click Draco Meteor. I might want to get my specs knocked off, actually. Kamala's annoying. I think Kamala's the answer. I could U-turn here, but U-turn loses me momentum. But I mean, I might have to just U-turn anyway. I think I have to U-turn and just hope that they stay in. I don't think them sacking with 6 is the smartest idea, so they do swap. Game, that is going to be your Kamala, yes. And going to U-turn. Bring my Terrakion in. And I'm going to click Close Combat. Stone Edge also is a good middle ground. Garchomp's offensive, right? So like Stone Edge, you know. Kamala, Registeel, Aloe. I'm gonna click Close Combat. Like, I need this Kamala gone. Sushi, that is the Aloe. Okay. All right. Do I? If they go Rabambi, I can go Torn. I'm close combating again. Like, I should have just Stone Edge twice. Like, I don't know why they would flip turn there. Clicking flip turn there, Stone Edge could kill. Like, that doesn't give you anything. But it is what it is. I'm going to go hard Torn on this. They could U-turn here. U-turn's free. I mean, I'm just on the back foot 24/7. Moonblast comes off. A Spadef drop, a special attack drop, great. I think they U-turn here, but my issue is I have to click U-turn myself. Like I have to click U-turn myself. And I need something. I need something. Like, I need something. If I get parried again here, I might just lose the game. I need to get some sort of something out of this. Okay, thank you. All right, good. All right, now I can go into my Terrakion, I think, and just click. How much does Stone Edge do to offensive Garchomp? 35 to 42. I don't think they're in range. I can go into Terapagos and spin the rocks away. But I think that's kind of a weak play. I could go Dragapult and click Shadow Ball. I could just click Draco. If they go Rabombi, it's okay. Because I can just go into my Torn. I'm a Draco here. They should go Kamala here. Okay. Draco should do a lot. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. That thing is gone. That is huge. That is huge. Hazards are up to stay. Rabombi's going to come in. They're going to know I'm Specs now. The game is not over. Shadow Ball just became so... Shadow Ball is now a free click. Oh my god. I never thought today would be the day. Okay. They can Moonblast for free. I might just have to take it on the head with Terapagos, unfortunately. I mean, I don't want to, but I feel like I have to. Rocks need to go up ASAP. It's just the issue is I feel like I'm going to go Torn, and I'm going to hope that they click U-turn, because that's a really passive play by them. I need to get Rocks up. Rocks need to go up. They get Webs up. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't really mind. Can I think I'm going to click U-turn here. Okay. So because they're webs, I think they're like specs to you, which means I need to spin away the hazards ASAP. And if I can get rid of these webs, then I think I'm in a great spot. Reggie still comes in. Okay. I U-turn out on this. Okay. I don't want to spin in front of this because it could just get rocks up again. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my Swampert here. Get my rocks up because they need to go up. And then I kind of just have to... I need to get my rocks up. That's number one. If they go Aloe, then on like a potential wish, I'm going to need to go Terapagos and spin. That's the Aloe, yeah. They're leftovers, right? They're leftovers flip turn. They were Wish on Kamala. Would they be Wish on this too? Maybe. I can go Torn on this. I can go Polt on this too. That's aggressive. But I kind of like that play. Because Shadow Ball is now a free click into this team. And I think I need to start playing aggressive. Because I'm down. I'm on the back foot. Let's go Dragapult here. I think you should never click a fairy move. They go for flip turn. Okay. If they go Registeel, then I have to go hard Pert. I need to spin away these webs. If I spin away these webs, Garchomp becomes a lot easier. Aloe becomes a lot easier. This is definitely not over. Because they're webs, I don't think the Chi-Yu is Scarf. Because they're webs. Reggie still comes in. I'm going to click U-turn. This covers for if they want to switch out before me. I could just go Swampert on this. And then on this, double into Terapagos. Webs. Okay. Heavy Slam. Does nothing. I'm going to double into Terapagos on this. Because I need to make this play. Okay, they go into Aloe. I'm actually really glad that I'm spin on my Terapagos. So the wrong set might actually work out. Alright, I'm clicking Rapid Spin, like, all the time. What was my old... This is the semifinals one. So I'm pretty fast. They're getting whittled down, which is huge. Get rid of the webs. This can still be a win condition as well. I don't want to get T-waved. Because T-wave from them is probably their play here. Because if they let the Terrakion in for free, that's not really great for them. Yeah. Yep. And now, Aloe. I could double back. Or I can just click Earthquake, but I don't think Earthquake nets me much, right? I'm on the back foot here. I don't think they rocks in my face. That would be a little weird. They wouldn't T-wave in my face. That would be a waste of a play. If anything, they flick rocks on a switch out. I'm going to go Dragapult here. They should, if they do decide to stay in, they would probably just click rocks. Yeah, I have to play aggressive to get myself out of here. Sushi, that's Aloe. All right. So, Shadow Ball. That is my click of choice here. I have to click Shadow Ball. Something is dying or getting 2 KO'd. Okay, Garchomp is dead. That's huge. Garchomp is dead. Awesome. Now. Rocks are up. Barbecue. That's definitely Chi-Yu. Okay. I think there's Specs. I'm hoping they're not Scarf. I think I go into my Tornadus because my Tornadus is kind of useless at this point. If they're Plot Flame Charge, do I just lose? No. If they're Plot they need to be Plot Flame Charge. They can't be Plot Flame Charge because that just loses to Whimsicott. So they have to give up one for the other, meaning that I think they're Plot 3 attacks. And they got Webs Up, meaning I could go Swampert here because I can still threaten Registeel and Aloe. So I think I'm going to go Swampert. I think they Dark Pulse here, though, honestly. What is Torn giving me? A Ribombee pivot. I'm going to go Swampert. Garchomp's dead. And I can still threaten Registeel in other ways. So I'm just going to sack. I'm going to watch the damage here. I'm at 234. Dark Pulse comes off. They crit me. I get no value. Okay. But what I can do here is I can go into my Terrakion. Not even think. Rocks are up, so close combat is actually a 2-hit KO on that aloe at this point. Yeah. Rocks are up. Close combat is a 2-hit KO. Stone Edge is really risky. Especially because I think Rabombi's in range. So this might just be like a cleanup. Especially if they're like... if they're not Scarf. Aloe comes in. They're in 2-hit KO range. Gonna close combat here. Good. I'm clicking it as fast as I possibly can. They could be Agua Jet. Does Agua Jet kill me here? If they are that. $198. $59. No. Agua Jet does not kill me. No. Agua Jet does not ever kill me. I'm going to close combat again. They switch out again. They're sacking a Mon here. Should be Rabombi. Okay, that's good. Oh, they're boots. Okay. Alright, they're boots. That's good to know. They're boots. I can go into my Torn. I don't lose anything from going Torn. And yeah, this game's really possible now. Holy crap. They do U-turn. Okay, that's okay. I really don't mind that, personally. Now, I am kind of in a weird little spot. Because close combat can... well, I don't want to be put in a situation where if they are Scarf Chi-Yu, I lose. So I think what I have to do here is... they might Heavy Slam. I need to get this taunt off. Okay, good. I got the taunt off. That's huge. Okay, good. I can now U-turn. If I get paralyzed, it's okay. That's fine. Because that doesn't really change anything. A Heavy Slam. Okay. I U-turn again. How much is... you're taking a lot from the Heavy Slam. Are you? Terrakion versus Registeel. Heavy Slam does nothing to Terrakion. So I'm going to just go Terrakion. Heavy Slam apparently does nothing. Yep. Should do nothing. Yep. 0. I can close combat here. And something is either getting 2-hit KO'd or dying. Rabombi. Okay, Rabombi's dead. Nice. That's a dead Rabombi. Okay. Now. Shadow Ball in-game is free. They go into this. If they are Scarf, they will reveal it here. They will lock into Psychic. Because Terrakion versus Chi-Yu. I'm actually in range of Flamethrower, so they have to click Flamethrower in order to kill me. If Dark Pulse does not kill me, Psychic doesn't kill me. But I kind of don't really have another play here, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't really have another play. So I'm going to close combat here. If you're Scarf, you reveal it. You are Scarf. They do have to Flamethrower to kill me. Yep. Okay. They are Scarf. All right. So, how do I win this game at this point? Can I go into my Terapagos and just Earth Power? Twice? I'm at 165 with Dragapult. I'm in range of a flamethrower. A modest flamethrower, yeah. I'm in range. And I have to click Draco. So that doesn't net me much. Ooh. Okay. I think, does Terapagos live? Does this Terapagos live? It's this one. Sorta, yeah. I'm not in Terra Shell. I'm at 271. I do live a flamethrower. And Terra Starstorm kills. Alright. Earth Power also kills. So I always Earth Power here. They switch out. Dark Pulse is going to be their in-game. So I definitely have to stay out of range of that. Oh, that's a little higher than I thought. It's going to depend on the rolls. Oh, that's in range. Okay, good. I'm going to Earth Power again. Okay. Registeel's gone. Alright. Chiyu Aloe. Oh, my days. Okay. Chiyu Aloe. Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. Chiyu is probably going to come back in. They need a... I'm not even going to say it out loud. Tornadus. Ah, man. Oh, man. I'm getting Palms vibes right now. I'm getting Palms vibes, and it's not good. And it's not good. They overheat. They crit overheat. Okay. They crit overheat. I mean, same rule of thumb kind of applies. I have to go into this. Yeah, I have to go into this. Oh god. Okay. I don't have a choice. It's gonna come down to what I hoped it wouldn't, unfortunately. And I don't even want to say it out loud. Overheat. They're -2. They don't kill me. I click Shadow Ball. They overheat here. Okay. Alright. You're dead. Oh my god. Okay. Chiyu is out. Oh my god. This is the most intense game I've had this entire season. Holy crap. Alright, Aloe comes in. Okay. Aloe. This Shadow Ball. They were Fizz Def. They were Fizz Def. This Shadow Ball should kill. I'm going to click it. Come on, baby. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god, we did it! Oh my god, we did it! Oh my god, we did it! Holy, we did it! Oh my god. This is my 4th chip. Actually, it's like my 5th, but like this is my 4th chip in like 3-4 months. This is crazy. Holy crap. Okay. We have won the LGA Season 6. We are the winners. And man, oh man, we were down. We were so freaking down. It was bad. It was so freaking bad. Oh, I'm so happy I went Bandit Terrakion. Holy crap. Shout out my front office. Shout out Beal. Shout out J. Ricky. Shout out everybody in there, they, when I'm panicking and in an insane kind of mode, they really know what to do. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Oh my goodness, we won. Holy crap. Oh my God. What a game. 5 paralysis later. Yo, my toy could not land a move. Yo, I'm never using Tornadus again. F that mod. Dragapult's crazy. Terapagos and No Terror is crazy. That's all I gotta say. But with that, I hope you guys enjoyed this lovely series. I know it's long. It's probably like 4 hours at this point. I'm at the current moment of filming this. I'm not even fully done editing. I have playoffs to edit. But if you manage to stick by this entire series, this 4-hour video, if you manage to stick by, I appreciate you being there. I appreciate you supporting. And yeah, this is our like 4th championship, and I think it's my 3rd one on Wi-Fi. So in this gen alone, I think I have like 6, but like in a span of 3 months, like I think I won SDA in like I won SDA in February. I won Pack Wi-Fi in December. And then I won this now. So that is like 3-4 months, which is crazy. And then I won a Showdown League in like February too. But with that being said, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for supporting. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll catch you all later. See ya.